started the stream yet. I've just been still on loading menu. Hi there. Hi, the Timon. Hi.
Hi, I have no idea if you started the stream because I'm still in the kitchen,
Okay,
so
okay.
can't really look at this.
I see then. Oh, that scared me. My goodness, I was wildly distracted, to be honest. Hi there, Atomic. Hi there, Melissa. Hi, welcome. Hi, how you all doing? Oh, it took me by surprise. I still haven't finished looking over the stuff. So today we will be. I can't mind. We will be working. You won't believe it. Shocker, I know. Truly something. Atomic's back. Yeah, Atomic's been back for quite a fair bit now. Well, back-ish. Atomic's like on the, I don't know, sailing or whatever. Ah, those millennials and their hobbies, am I right?
I have no idea what Atomic does. Can I get some context, or is it a secret?
I think it's a secret, but I don't know. I feel it's odd for me to say it. I don't know, Atomic. May I go on, or would you like to? It always feels odd when I just have to say something about the person on a public live stream. It gives me the ick. Like, even if they reveal that in the past, my Tism chose calligraphy today. That's not quite what I'm. What? Just like wait, what is calligraphy? Isn't that the? Look it up. I don't remember. That's something with letters, right?
Yeah, it's writing pretty letters.
Oh, I see. Well, you won't be a doctor then, I suppose. To be fair, you are good at drawing. I know. I feel like it translates. I wouldn't know. I don't know what penmanship. What about penwomenships? You know, it's about time we evolve as a society. Doctors are masters of very special calligraphy. The ancient Nordic texts. Damn it! I said now I want to play Skyrim. String is 100. The quickly interaction is perfect. Absolutely pops on milk scale. That's why it is the interaction behind reaction. And I can't even stop myself rhyming mom's spaghetti. Doctors write in chicken scratch. I've seen my stepdad's handwriting. That's not chicken scratch. That's actually. It takes a lot of effort to get that level of skill to write in the runes that only basically pharmaceutical companies can decipher. It's effectively a wizard, like sending a secret message to a council.
I always imagine just doctors having their separate class where they teach code writing.
Where they teach us how to write unreadable text.
You know, I think it's just a different language.
It might be just it's them trying to secretly hide the fact that there's alchemists.
Instead of writing with Latin letters, they write. Some people write with Cyrillic letters.
No, this is totally not.
Letters.
Oh no, this is totally not like ancient runes. It's just a differential equation. Yeah, right. Scientists are just wizards who are just hiding it. Oh, what the heck happened there? Okay, here we go. Sorry, my neck just twisted itself in an unreasonable angle.
What?
This happens. It's always fun trying to decipher the doctor's notes. It's also impossible. Well, I mean, I haven't had the occasion, I'll be honest. Hi, Debray. Hi, welcome. How'd I go about it? How'd I make it happen? How would I make it happen?
And this time, I'm not gonna forget to look at the time. 30 to 40 minutes. Okay.
So what ritual do you need to pass to join voice? Money. Yeah. I mean, Atomic got it spot on. It's money. It's not even recurring money. Atomic, like, you can join in. Because you have the... Even though I'm pretty certain you don't have the philanthropist, you have the philanthropist. Because you just, I don't know, like, randomly donated to me $200 at one point. To be fair, YouTube ate a lot of that, because, of course, it's YouTube. I love you, YouTube. Oh, YouTube, my beloved. I love you so much.
So wait, if I unsubscribe now, I still get the Discord role.
No, that's Atomic only. No.
Ah.
Yeah, that's unique to Atomic. By the way, if you cancel right now, that's effectively you giving me $2 just once. Then
I know.
hey, make it. Can I keep all my permissions? Steal of a deal. I have to have a microphone. Subscribe. Actually, subscribe on Patreon. I know, but aren't you subscribed with the lowest one? Also, Gemma, you ask, why don't you move to Japan? Who are you asking? Are you asking me? At this time, I want to make sure, because I really often answer the questions that people don't even ask me. Because, I mean, both of you. Oh, I see. Well, I feel like it's an obvious answer. It's expensive.
Like, so are they asking me as well, or?
I think so, yeah.
I couldn't, like, Japan, I just couldn't. Everyone is such a workaholic there, and I'm a lazy fuck. That's the simple answer.
I don't know. For me, it's just the fact that it would be life-ruining amount of money to just move there. The workaholic culture fits Make It well.
That's true.
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I'm not a workaholic. I just workaholics when they don't get their daily dose of workahol. I can quit whenever I want. Alright, 480. I mean, to be fair, in my case, I can't. You know, homeless and whatnot. Do you like rice though? Who doesn't? Who doesn't like rice?
I mean, it's kind of a basic food with no particular taste.
So is pasta, and everyone loves pasta.
Yeah.
Everyone likes rice because you can do whatever you... But for some reason, people don't like tofu. I don't get that. I don't get how that carries over.
Oh yeah, but why? Like,
yeah,
people who don't like tofu has never eaten good tofu.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, you can like pasta, you can like rice, but the tofu, for some reason, it's the same thing. The same as bread. It's basically bread, pasta, tofu, and rice. It just depends where you are.
Yeah, you just season it however you want, and you get a good food.
It's very quiet here, and the people are polite. I do believe that it's, in my opinion, my hot take is that it's all about like the culture of just more like, how should I put this? I feel like it's a level of culture that countries just have to reach, and that's why I instead of moving to Japan, would prefer to move to the Netherlands because it's closer. But it's the same thing, where basically at some point the standard of living gets so high that people just become nice, and that's it. Everyone is just living comfortably and they're all nice. Can you make a speedrunning video? I can if you want. What should I speedrun? I wanna see your personal best. Carry on. Go on. You can do it. I believe in you.
So to the Japanese quiet thing, I don't like quiet places. I like lively places, like not necessarily a place where it's lively with crime or bad things, but just a place where I can go out and have fun, and it's not just a died down quietness.
I think that's not quite. But basically, what I mean is, Well, what I consider quiet place is like, for example, how in Delft the streets are extremely quiet because you don't really have. They basically take sound management. They're extremely good at sound management. So you have a lot of places where cars just aren't allowed. At the same time, the places where cars are allowed, there are a lot of trees to cancel the noise. Traffic is way lower. There's quieter asphalt. They're using quieter asphalt, which is incredible, and so on and so forth.
Okay. That's a good thing.
But you still have clubs and whatnot. Like, you still have these things. It's just that you basically get to pick. So you have certain places where it's loud, certain places where it's quiet.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
They mean making a video. Speedrun making a video? I could try. 24 hours, not a lot of time. I don't even know what... It would have to be like a 5-minute long video. Or maybe 7? Maybe I could do 7. About what?
About the simplest topic ever, quantum mechanics. Isn't that obvious?
I mean, honestly, that was my first choice, unironically, but... Why are you rotating the blob guy in Blender? Gemma, he's just a child playing with his toys. I'm just playing with my dolls, except... I love that, actually, man, that's great. Like, playing with dolls, except dolls are just miniature versions of you. That level of vanity. I love that. Hold on, give me a second. I made myself plates on me. I have made myself 2 different egg sandwiches lately. Hold on.
Should I say something? Should I not? Egg sandwiches, they sound delicious. I'm making I can speak, I promise I can speak. I'm making frozen pizza right now. It has tomatoes, mushrooms, spinach, yellow tomatoes, and stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be delicious.
Like how Carmine's saying, have you tried making a pipe bomb before? Legitimate question. Well, to give you my completely honest answer. Define... hold on. Okay, that's not a good start. Let's say no, for the sake of, you know, keeping the stream legal. Let's just say I haven't.
What the bomb? Pie bomb?
Actually, where do you draw the boundaries of something becoming a pipe bomb? Where's the boundary? Because I mean, I have blown up some stuff in small ways. Legal.
I'm not hearing the word. I need to look at the chat.
Pipe bomb. It's like a bomb that it's just a bomb. That's it.
Timon, how is Pumbaa doing? Oh, I've been waiting for this question for so long. Like, I've been here for like a month now, and this is the first time I got this question.
Quantum Electrodynamics by Richard Feynman is a fine read. I suppose Feynman would know. Like the previous video, saying 1 is a constant. Cool take. Thank you, Turtlebot. I am proud of that conclusion for the video, because it really is. Like, people that I believe shows the best what constants are actually used for. Where basically you don't need constants; they just make stuff more convenient. They like round everything up. So that's the thing that I missed in that video. I also should have mentioned we could just switch our system of constants if we don't care about like rounding up. So for example, E, 1 and pi is a system of constant in which, or actually, I guess we could do with tau, whatever you want tau enjoyers. E1 and tau. Is that tau? Close enough. It's a system of constant where basically, if you take a derivative of an exponential, then you multiply it by 1, hence the link between these two. If you get a rotation, you get one full rotation, hence the link between tau and E and tau just carry over with the Euler's formula, but you get the idea. Like, they all carry over. However, if instead of 1, you would pick, I don't know, like, natural log of 3 as your basis constant for linear stuff, then instead of E, for exponentials, you would have 3 as a constant. And for rotations, you would have, well, natural log of 3 times, actually tau divided by natural log of 3. That would be your constant for rotations. Like, you could just switch them around and end up with this different system. We just started with 1 because, well, we like it when things are even this way. Not even, but, you know, rounded up.
I googled pipe bombs and now I realized I want to make a pipe bomb.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of How to Get Yourself on the Government List with Timon. Step 1, look up pipe bombs. Just casually looked up. How did you not know what pipe bomb? I mean, to be fair, how would you know what pipe bombs are actually? I suppose not knowing is a good sign.
I knew what they are, I just didn't know what they were called.
That's even worse, actually. That's the worst answer you could have possibly given. What's the longest time you spent out talking? Probably, yeah, when I was made. It took me years before I actually got the courage to say my first words. It's... honestly... I couldn't speak, I couldn't walk, I couldn't do differential equations, it was pain.
Couldn't do differential equations when you were born. Jesus Christ. And I thought you were smart.
Would 0 plus I be a constant, the same way as 1 is a constant? I mean, in that case, it's still a 1. Well, I isn't quite a constant because it's more like a sign, I would say. So it's the same as a negative sign. In that case, actually, you've used one. I don't know if Timon, you need more courage. If you have something to say, you need more courage. You need to break through because I'm just talking about math, so it's fine. I won't be upset. But in that case, Sebas, you're still using 1 as a constant because what you're effectively doing is 0 plus 1i. Like, this tells you the quantity, this tells you the sign.
I is a constant, like with I, you define the second coordinate of the complex plane, and it doesn't have to be exactly perpendicular to and one and equally long, like the basis unit. You just chose it to be.
But yeah, but it's not a constant, it's more like a sign. So, you know, when it comes to units, right, in SI, you have 2 parts of it. You have the unit part and then you have the scalar part. So, for example, if something is traveling at 3 meters per second, then you have right here the constant of it, right, the value representing it, and right here you have the actual unit that tells you. And in the same way, if you have 1i, this tells you the magnitude, and this tells you the unit or the direction, the complex plane, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that is true, but you could also define the complex plane other axes to be to not be perpendicular and to have different lengths and stuff like that. You just picked I to define a orthonormal system. Orthonormal system. That's it.
I mean, yeah.
But you could have picked I, but still, people could have picked I to not be orthonormal. Why would they do it? But they could have, and hence, because they had this choice to make it orthonormal, why they didn't have to, I believe I is a constant.
Not quite in this case. I mean, I see your point, However, in this case, what matters is that... What?
My pizza started to burn. Yeah, please continue.
What matters in this case is that you're familiar with vector spaces.
Of course.
I dislike them so much because I feel like they make a very simple thing very complicated. So if you have a plane, right, then on this plane, you start with two vectors. These would be your basis vectors. And this is not quite a vector space, but it doesn't matter. But you start with two vectors, and basically, the basic idea is that you combine these two vectors in some way. You take the green arrow, you operate it in some way with the yellow arrow, and then you get like an area of every single thing you can reach with these two vectors. Now,
okay, I cannot see the stream because I was trying to get my half-burnt pizza out of the oven.
Fair point, I suppose. But the point is, when you have two vectors, based on them, you can get like every single... when you combine them, then usually you will get like a infinite plane of every single point you can achieve with these two vectors, which would be infinite. However, that is, you get that unless these two vectors fall on the same line.
Yes.
So, yeah, you are right. It doesn't have to be orthogonal. It can be at any angle. So you could, if you really wanted to, you could set I to be at some angle. But in that case, you would still do that just with numbers. You would still modify the one and so on. But I is important there because what you need in this case is you need the arrow to not fall on the same line. That's why I is there, because if the arrow falls on the same line, you do not end up with a plane, only you end up with a line. And you don't have a complex plane, you have a real line, which demolishes the entire usefulness. And if you want to shift the arrow, you just want to multiply the I by something, by some number. And that shifts the arrow.
Yeah, but you could have chosen any vector that does not align with the natural... with normal number, what do you call them, real numbers, and you still chose it to be an orthonormal system,
so
which is...
It could be. So yeah, it could be a system in which you have, I don't know, well, I mean, not quite, because the thing is, if you had a complex plane on which you have the real axis in which you could just go forward, which means, well, just the real axis, and the complex axis at an angle, then the way you would define it is, I imagine, would be something like 2 plus 3 square root of -1, for example. Like, that would be your new value for this line at an angle, which, I mean, would be right here, I imagine, I think. However, you can see that right here still just has the I. You still just have the I. This isn't changing. There's still 2 plus 3i.
Yeah, but if you define that square root of I have no idea what you said, and I still can't see what you're drawing. If you define that as something, then I will be the inverse of that, of the scalar of that thing.
You mean scaling the I scales the vector?
Yes.
Because it scales the vector, it doesn't rotate it.
Yeah, but... Yeah, I know, but just imagine one more piece there, one more coordinate, and you get it rotated.
Wait, what? I don't quite get what you mean right now, I'll be honest. I thought I did, but
I join Discord Viber in a second. Okay? I bring myself some water.
Then I'll go for a glass of water. I'll just have a think about it, because I don't... Okay, and I am back on my glass of water. This is what I meant when I talked about people using complex words to make things confusing than this. Well, that's what's so nice about math, you see. Math notation is incredibly optimized, which means that no matter how confusing something is, you can just calculate it, and then there's no ambiguity. And also in this case, what eigenvalue of spin and sideways spin gives box? Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna rejoin from computer and I'll be there with you right now.
All right. I'm gonna keep on eating. Because I'm hungry. No, my Discord just died. There we go. We're back. I mean, I see an arrow, so it must be spin. We need this.
All right, I'm back. So where's the... Oh, you don't have whiteboard.
Hold on, we need to make a new one because let's do it. We need to make a new whiteboard. View boards, create new board, and it's going to be, what is it going to be? It's going to be for drawing and stuff. There we go.
Okay, so what was your previous question?
Well, I mean, when you have an axis, right? When you have an axis, right here you have the real direction, which is just the positive. Right here you have a negative. Right here you have a negative I, and right here you have a positive I. And the thing is, no matter, like, you can, when you define a complex plane, you can define basis vectors differently, but the I and minus I will still be there. Those will still be the directions, the imaginary and the negative imaginary directions. Society of Discord whiteboard had a dark mode. I mean, honestly. Can't you just color in everything with... You can just pop a massive black square, or can you not? What's happening with my washing machine? It sounds like it's summoning a demon. What's happening? I don't know what's happening. I haven't prayed to the Omnissiah for the blessed machine to function properly. Okay. Timon, are you saying something?
No, I'm
okay,
just
for a second,
drawing.
For a second, I thought you were explaining, just, muted. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, I'm just drawing. Like, you can define just a random value, just j, and define I to be, I don't know, 1 over square root of 2. Why doesn't this whiteboard like my art pad? 1 over square root of 2 j minus...
You forgot to take out the bullets out of your pockets. That must be it, Beardman. Wait, what?
Like, you can work... Like, if you wanna, you can work with j as your other coordinate, and then I would be something like this.
Okay, but how would you define j? You see the pickle there, right? Like, you drew the line that's defining the j, but mathematically, what is j?
It is...
Because you're still going to define j based on square root of -1, which is I. Well, the square isn't required if you're going with the square root.
What? Okay, I'm having trouble with 6th grade mathematics right now.
You're not having trouble with 6th grade mathematics. You're just realizing the problem of your argument right now, actually. No matter if you want, I can define J for you if you want. If it's on an angle, you can, let's just say 45 degrees for the sake of simplicity. Then it would be 2 units on the real plane. It would be 2 units up. You already define I as 1/2 J, but
if I squared equals -1, and yes, this is the definition, and
is this quaternions? Not quite.
This is
not that level.
Not the definition. This is the definition. Yeah, no, I just used J because I know. Yeah, that's what came to my mind.
Like, you do realize the problem there, which is that in order to define J, you will still define it based on the imaginary axis, which is straight. Hydroatomic.
Hello.
Hello there.
The man, the myth, the legend. You will not be able to define J without using imaginary numbers, Timon. Because it's going in the imaginary axis. The same way as if you have a plane, just a normal plane, right? Normal x and y. If you have vector going at this direction, then you have to describe it as a combination of x and y. The y has to be at a 90-degree angle. Well, it doesn't. In this case, it's not really that the y has to be at a 90-degree angle. It's just that if you have x and y defined this way, you need to define this one in relation to x and y. And imaginary axis is just orthogonal to the real axis.
Yeah, but you can always choose a non-orthonormal system.
Yes.
Material scientists do it all the time.
Yes, you can. However, the imaginary axis is, well, for the lack of a better word, a 90 degree, well, not for the lack of a better, orthogonal. It's orthogonal to the real axis, correct?
Yes.
When we say I, we don't actually care about the magnitude of it. We care about the direction. So when Euler, when Euler did the law, right, with e to the I theta, the I isn't there as a constant. The I isn't there as a scalar. That's what theta is for. The I is only there to pop it onto the complex plane. It's the same way as why e to the I pi minus 1 is equal to 0. It's the same reason for why minus is there. Like, 1 is the scalar. The minus is only there for it to be a negative 1. So you could pick... you could pick any system you want, but the I will still be there. Simply because you want it to pop onto the complex plane. Hi, Debazi. Welcome. I mean, J is better to use than I for complex notation. I like it a lot. I like I because it's imaginary. It stands exactly what it's for. It's lovely. J is a fine compromise for quaternions and so on, because then you have to expand it. J is what people use when I is taken. That's what J exists for. If you wanted a second character I, you just say J. Oh yeah, no, you want to do an index, but I is taken. What letter should we pick?
Also, just
backwards I. J.
What kind of calligraphy are you into? Can there be a reason to go beyond quaternions? Yes, there can be. Octonions, and then so on and so forth. There is a method for generating however many you want. If I do remember correctly, it's just higher dimensional rotation is like the more general reason. So, 3-dimensional requires quaternions. I think 4-dimensional requires octonions, but I'm not certain. It might have been 4, it might have been something different. I choose I then K then J. Beardman, you're a chaotic neutral, okay? That's why, that's the reason. Chemists go from dipole to quadrupole to octupole. Exactly, that too. I totally remember that chemistry exists. I remember that. Because I is what 1 is to real numbers, to imaginary numbers. So that, I mean, when you think of I as I squared is equal to -1, then yes. However, when you think of I as a just direction, then it's more like a plus or minus. That's the pickle there. The pickle is that I is used like... We don't have a symbol for imaginary axis other than I. However, I is just a number that's defined based on... So it's kind of like if we, for every negative number, instead of doing -5, for example, it's kind of like we did -1 multiplied by 5. Like that's the version there. That's what we do with complex numbers. We kind of 5i, basically. That's kind of like -1 times 5i.
That is true, but if 1 is a constant, then that is also just a direction.
No, minus is the direction, 1 is the constant.
Yeah, but if you have... Okay, but so if you have +1, then positive is direction and 1 is the constant.
Yes.
I see.
And when you go into the imaginary axis, well, that's the pickle there. The pickle is that, you know, my washing machine started singing. The pickle there is that if you go into the imaginary axis, then I is, depending how you treat it, it can be a direction, because that is the symbol we have. We don't have any other symbol for an imaginary direction. But at the same time, because it's defined in relation to a 1, it has to function as a scalar. Scalar of 1, which we ignore most of the time because of that reason, but it is also like a scalar. Which means that this, like, is telling you direction, even though it's a number. That's because we just simply don't have like a symbol for imaginary. Ideally, we would have something like, I don't know, 5 square or whatever for imaginary. But the thing is, there would be no utility to it. It would mean the same exact thing as 5i. So there would be no utility to it, but then this ambiguity would be just removed. I just scale as C and rotation R. Bring my favorite Oh wait, I think you're getting confused with thinking of complex plane, not as a set. You think if 2D vector plane, complex numbers are fully contained in C, no need for vector. I don't quite understand what you mean, Bearden. Oh, don't use the set theory. I don't want to go through that again. Cursed way I think of it, I is direction of 90 degrees or pi half in complex plane. I mean, with the Eulers, kind of. If you have exponentials, then kind of. You're not exactly wrong there. There are so much weirder complex systems than so much weirder number systems out than the complex ones. Like the p-adics, what is that? P-adic number system.
Ooh, those are...
Oh, p-adic. P-adic number system. Okay, I see. Familiar with that one. I'm in head of it. I don't know, I want to make a video. Maybe for a single day video I could do quaternions. That's a pretty solid one. Just explaining rotation. How hard would that be, actually? Explaining rotations of quaternions.
Quaternions are way more complicated than complex numbers.
Yeah, but complex numbers I can explain in, what, 2 minutes in a video?
What is a quaternion?
Basically...
Sorry, I'm not the smartest.
That's not actually a matter of smartness. That's a matter of how much weed you smoked before opening a math textbook. But basically, you're familiar with complex numbers.
Yes. My girlfriend's imaginary, so our relationship's quite complex.
Yes, exactly. Precisely that. So it's the same thing, except instead of 2 kinds of numbers, you have 4, basically.
Oh no.
So with complex numbers, you have a complex number is a plus ib, whilst a quaternion is a plus ib plus jc plus kd. That's a quaternion. Quad stands for 4. And basically, the reason why it's useful is because real numbers can just describe like linear movement. Complex numbers can describe rotation, you know, the famous e to the I pi. However, quaternions can describe rotation in 3 dimensions, something that complex numbers just cannot do. So, can you see the stream,
So that's
Atomic?
quite simple.
It actually is on
I
paper.
can, yes.
Yes, so basically, the reason why complex numbers cannot describe rotation is because if you imagine a monkey head, then if I rotate it 90 degrees this way,
You just have a monkey head? I'm
of course,
sorry,
who
what?
doesn't? And then 90 degrees this way, and then 90 degrees this way, right? That is equivalent to me just rotating 90 degrees this way, which means that
So
3...
really just like pitch, yaw, and the other
Yeah,
one.
exact pitch, yaw, and... Oh, I also forgot the name of the third one. A roll, I think. It's pitch, yaw, and roll. So basically, these 3 rotations are equal to this 1 rotation, and that's something that you can't really describe with complex numbers.
Also, look at the whiteboard I wrote there, the mathematical definition of quaternions.
Yeah, exactly.
You should get that should be your PhD thesis right there.
Well, actually,
How
funny.
Everything just equals -1.
Actually, funny enough, that's a bit too late because someone already like generalized it to the point where you can just give me a power of 2, and there's like an algorithmic way to create a number system with that many, I don't know, complex dimensions, whatever you want to call it. So you just basically, I don't know, 1024, and you can have a system with 1024 complex dimensions.
What?
Like that's already a
What?
thing. It's
What do you mean by that?
well, it's the hold on. Octonions is always the easiest way to find that. I never remember what it's called because
Okay.
why would I?
Octonions exist, but but you can't do it one up. It is proven that you cannot go to 16. That just doesn't exist. It is proven.
Wait, you cannot go to 16?
No, you cannot.
I could have sworn that you could have gone. I could have sworn there was a system. There was a way for it. Construction. Mathematic way of driving octonions via Calix-Dixon. Or was it only for octonions? Oh, what do you mean? Sedenions. There. 16. 16-dimensional non-commutative and non-associative algebra over real numbers, usually represented with capital letter S. There we go.
What?
Sedenions. Yeah, and then you can have Trigon Tadwonions, and then you can just go higher and higher because there's Cayley-Dixon algebra properties.
Then I guess our professor was way too old because
I mean, the thing is, they lose properties with every single one. So maybe was talking about associative because, or actually alternative maybe. No wait. Yes. So above octonions, they are no longer alternative. Trivial 0 divisors just appear.
no, it's not. Maybe the problem is with the 0 divisor.
That also
Because
might
it
be it. But
appears.
the point is that you can make them. You can just keep going. They behave weirder and weirder as you go on. So at some point you can, yeah, like quaternions are no longer commutative, which is, I mean, it's a pretty big thing, I would say. Associative is also going in there with octonions, and then they just keep losing properties. So with quaternions, for example, atomic, I think it works in multiplication, right? So k times j is not equal to j times k. Like that's a thing with quaternions.
That's above my pay grade.
Actually, it's really simple.
I'm gonna go back
I
to
can-
sweeping the.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can I explain to you in 30 seconds and you will understand?
Yeah, sure, you can try.
All right, you have 2 monkey heads, right? I rotate first one 90 degrees forward and 90 degrees to the left.
All right.
I rotate the second one 90 degrees to the left, just like this, and I rotate it 90 degrees forward. And they're in different rotations.
Dear God, I understand.
It's surprisingly simple, isn't it? Like I love quaternions so much for that reason, that the mathematics is unbearably complex, pun intended. It's unbelievable. But once you tie it to rotations, the conclusions are lovely.
Now do it in 4 dimensions.
That's above my pay grade, actually. So, no, I will not. Quaternions are just fun. Now
You can't make monkey head disappear and reappear. Come on, anyone can do that.
Actually, we could do like a community thing. That's in 2 months, because this month we're doing an open source video. Next month, something that we're not even close to being finished yet. And in 2 months, we're gonna do a community plugin for 4-dimensional Blender.
Oh,
That's the
that's
plan.
Awesome. That's cool. Too bad I won't be here to see it. Anyways, how was being in Alexander the OK's video feel like?
I have seen that. It felt good, to be honest. And it felt also really weird to see someone who's an engineer, like engineer data scientist, like an actual expert, use my video as a recap on the standard model.
Yeah.
It took me so much. I left a comment. Let me check if they replied, maybe. They replied!
Yeah, that was really cool. Like, imagine now you're the basis of research based on your research.
Yeah, I mean, it's thank goodness it was the particle physics video, because that's my best one. Can you imagine if we joined in on the, I don't know, quantum mechanics and just jokes about high Einsteins all the time, left and right? Oh. I really liked this video. It was great. I really liked it. When someone said that I'm in an Alexander OK video, I'll be honest, I didn't exactly know who that was. So I was worried what kind of video it was, but then I saw it was like an engineering video about the failure of a major scientific research project, and that was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool topic.
Yeah, I've stumbled across his videos before, so it's like cool to see 2 content creators
Just using my
completely
videos.
unassociated with each other, just coming together.
It is fun. That's twice my subs. Twice as popular.
So 50K win.
Yeah, I don't know. I've recorded the
Everybody
Q&A.
subscribe right now.
Exactly.
If you're not already subscribed.
A lot of people aren't subscribing because of my live streams. It's such a common sentiment at this point. I've gotten dozens of comments at this point telling me that everyone would like to subscribe, but they can't because my daily live streams are just clogging up their main page.
Just mute the lives.
Wait, can
Jeez.
I stop them from getting pushed to subscribers? Can I do
I
that?
think you can.
I should then. I already ping on Discord, that's enough. How would I know? I'm only a professional YouTuber. Oh, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Professional YouTuber. Ugh.
Oh yeah, look at you. You're
Ugh.
professional.
I'm an
well,
influ-
I'm an idiot, so
I'm an
yeah, how's that?
influencer. Ugh. Makes me sick.
You know, it's funny. You can say you're a professional at anything that you make revenue from,
That is true.
and I'm on salary pay. So right now I'm a professional streamer. In a few hours, I'm gonna be a professional sleeper.
You're literally like a professional pirate, basically.
Yeah, I am.
You could define it this way.
No, legit. Like most of your pirates are in the U.S. Navy. Like we have so many pirated movies. It's not even fun. It's like the government's gonna come after you and sue you for $100,000. But when the government's doing it, nah, it's all right.
Just casually. Okay, I still remember the one story which you said, which is, it stuck to me so hard because it was amazing. The one where you mentioned food unfit for prisoner consumption.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's true. You know,
I mean, the quality
sometimes
of life. Is-
We get grade D meat. That is a real thing.
There exists what does grade D mean even?
Unfit for prisoner consumption.
Like, it would be a war crime to feed that to prisoners, but I mean, hey, so that's sort of
Not feed that to
consent,
war
right?
fighters.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, roadkill died on the battlefield? That's called dinner.
Yeah, for real.
Roadkill with
Trench
tank.
foot, oh, just saute that. Mm.
Oh, roadkill with a tank? No, that's called a patty. Minced meat beef.
That's how we make our burgers.
Yeah. That's how hot dogs are made. Food unfit for prisoners. Sounds just perfect for schools.
No, dude, school lunch was even better than what I'm getting.
I love how over there you just basically, that's like the comparison you have, right? It's basically prisoners eat food. I mean, basically soldiers. I almost said prisoners for soldiers. Funny enough, like soldiers, you know, or marines, whatever. I don't know. People who do the in the militaries or whatnot eat food unfit for prisoner consumption, and that's like not. That doesn't tell you enough, so you have to be like, oh yeah, even in schools it's better.
You just compare to the next institution.
I remember my school lunches. They were not bad. I liked them. They were cheap.
Yeah,
My
I
goodness, why do adults pay so much more for food?
I don't know, capitalism.
Ridiculous. I want to
You
eat
make
kids'
more, so
meals.
now you pay more.
You
Right.
really had bearable school lunches.
Yeah, my school lunches were pretty good. The-
I ate the same cheeseburger every single day. I tell you what.
We should make it a veggie omelette. Meals ready to eat. MRIs are, I don't know, MRIs aren't that cheap. They really aren't. It's cheaper to just cook. I bought some
Well,
sriracha
for me,
recently,
like
and now
An MRE is like a week's worth of food if I really tried.
oh God, goodness gracious me!
No, well, I don't mean like. Sorry, let me put some context. But I don't mean the single MRE. Although we have gotten close to that. I mean like the value of the MRE. Like they're like $20 a pop. That's a
Oh,
week's worth of food.
$20. That's a week at least.
But like I've definitely talked to the CSs and they were like, yeah, we've got like 5 days worth of food left. Realistically, 2.
I shouldn't be laughing at that, should I?
No, it's fine. You know it's bad whenever you go from like 4 meal options to 3 to 2, and now they're serving corn dogs.
In the ocean, you have
You
fish.
start getting the green packs of sadness.
Hot ass cheeseburgers at take. You're not wrong, Lemon.
Yeah, you and your landlubbers savor your nice landlubber food.
You scurvy lacking land rats. Yeah. Can we make it? How about you buy me dinner first or something? My goodness, straight to the point.
At least they're honest.
Honestly, I respect that. Actually, I respect the courage.
Yeah, honesty is a quality I look for in a person. So yes, you can make it.
I love cheeseburgers, so I definitely say it's something I respectfully disagree with. Cheeseburger, isn't that's just a burger with cheese? Why do you all need to like call it a separate thing? You don't call a hamburger with tomatoes a Tom burger or something. Why do you feel the need to call cheeseburgers a separate
I
thing?
do. What do you mean?
Oh no, you've added a slice of cheese onto your sandwich. Now it's a completely different one right now.
You put bacon on it. Now it's a bacon burger.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who makes those calls? Who makes the calls of what names a burger?
McDonald's.
Fair point. Our supreme lord and savior of really expensive food. I would just like to mention. It is.
It's super cheap out here. I
Oh,
get like a Big Mac for about 853 yen. I don't know why I know that specifically. But that's like $5.
$5 is a
Maybe.
crazy lot for a burger. I
Oh,
can
I
get.
forget it's a lot to you.
I mean, okay, here's the thing. When I moved into the apartment, I was setting up my PC. I had to, go through all the boxes because, of course, like every single part of my setup was in a separate box because I'm just that kind of person. And so I didn't have the time to cook. So I went to McDonald's. It cost me, because I haven't eaten anything in like 20 hours that time. So it cost me around $15 or $17
Oh my
to get
God.
everything. That's a lot of money.
What'd you get? A double quarter pounder deluxe with bacon, meal large, and a
I
large
got
raspberry-
fries,
I don't
I
know.
got a wrap, shake, and nuggets. That's what I got.
It was the nuggets. 100% it was the nuggets.
I took the smaller nuggets
What did you
because
get? A 20 piece?
no, I took the smaller one because 20 was too expensive.
Belay my last. You were paying inflation at that point.
The nugget inflation. For more information, please look up Make It Inflation on the internet.
No, do
We-
not look that up.
we need more artists. Someone needs to make that happen.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna be underway for a while, so I'm gonna specifically make it inflation. I'm gonna make it happen.
I honestly, I won't know what I
I
want.
have a lot of time to do that. I want you to know that. I'm gonna have a lot of time. To
I
do
want
that.
an image of like myself like counting money and tag it with like every single derivation of Make It Inflation. So when people look up Make It Inflation, it's just like me with a bunch of like money just worried or something. Or maybe make it a genuine Make It Inflation. We'll see. Fuck it, I'm making Make It Inflation art right now. Acronymous, do it. I challenge thee.
Artists, get your pencils. This is war.
Remember when burgers was $1? Oh my goodness, there was how many years ago? A decade ago or something? There was like a thing where McDonald's in Poland had a tiny burger, but the most basic one. So just two buns, piece of meat, and that was basically it. They had that on a discount where you could only get one a day, but it was for one Polish currency, so it was basically 25 cents. And it was,
Yeah, we had that in Hungary too, but
It was
it's not
great.
happening anymore.
yeah, it was like a decade ago.
Burger.
It was really
This
long.
burger talk's getting me hungry. I might have to. I'll be right back. Hold on.
All right, gonna get some meat unfit for prisoner consumption. We need to make it a deflation. No, I hear the conflation. I imagine two balloons inflating and somehow overlapping with each other. Cancel the charge. So problem. Electron problem is positive. Okay, so right here we need to go for the charge explanations. 540.
Now I can imagine people who don't know that inflation has several meanings are just so confused right now.
My American ass when I forget that other countries exist. Do they? I don't know, Sebas. I would need to see some sources on that. I don't think they do. I remember world countries. You have Europe, you have America, you have Switzerland is also there.
I think one of them starts with an A.
Amsterdam. Thank you so much. Yeah, Amsterdam. Right.
But isn't Amsterdam a continent though?
Oh yeah, that might be it. It's not a planet. Many people here believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Sebas, I don't think so. I don't think many people here believe that, to be honest. I think that the audience for my videos may be a bit incompatible with mistrusting very popular scientific conclusions. In the US. Oh, you mean in the US? Then yeah, I believe that 100%. Wasn't that like a law thing you had in the US? I don't know. I've honestly no idea. I stopped following up on the US news a while back ago. But where basically it had to be presented as just as a valid theory as evolution, creationism. Also, another law that like you have to display the 10 Commandments in all classrooms. But I don't think there are federal laws though. I think there are states.
There was one time I was sitting with a friend in a cafe, and we did way too much quantum mechanics, and it was just completely brain rot at the end. And then we came to the conclusion that none of us has empirical proof that the USA exists, so it might as well be a ginormous conspiracy theory, and that is honestly the most relieving thought I ever had. Like, my days are better since I had came to that conclusion.
Atomic is just a paid shill to convince us that the United States exists. I believe the Earth was created when I was born and everything is made specifically for me. Exactly, Lemon, you're a paid shill. You're paid by the government. $6,000, I thought the Earth was 248 years old. Y'all in America are just having some crazy fun. You know what, Time and Ally, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad there's finally someone like European can relate to me. You know what? Okay, you know what I did in the past when I was feeling a bit down? I was watching.
Yeah, me.
I was watching American news. Like, that's it. That's because for every single horrible piece of news, I was like, oh damn, I live in Europe. This is great. Like, sucks to be them, but that's not my problem. No, it's great.
The problem is that the USA is very influential. If it wasn't, it would be so funny that they exist.
Everyone's very influential. Like, that's a doable problem. Europe just has to be a bit more independent. But that's solvable. Not easy, but solvable. We can do it. If there is, as I mentioned, if there is one like union in the world that I trust with making sure that we're more independent, we're not affected by global changes of power, whilst at the same time keeping up the same standard of living, it would be Europe.
That is true. I can agree with that. However, that there are things that will inherently affect us, because if, for example, pollution is a great thing. If no matter how much Europe reduces pollution, if the USA spews out continuously all that pollution,
okay,
then...
would you like me to give you some hopium?
Yes, please.
Because I'll be honest, I have kept up with politics in the past, and every single one of these problems, I have found a positive spin on it. When it comes to pollution, I don't know if you've noticed, but China was a pretty big polluter, still is. However, at the same time, China is going like crazy for renewable stuff, simply because they're cheap, right? So that means what my guess would be for the future is that eventually China will reach a point where they become one of the cleanest countries, simply because, you know, they're like right now, I think, number 1 or number 2 creator of solar panels, and they make electric cars, and so on and so forth. And at that point, it will be an extremely easy political move for them to fight the US and use pollution as an excuse. So basically, you know, a bunch of tariffs, a bunch of different economic strategies like these, and using pollution as an excuse, which would be politically advantageous for them. Something that Europe will not be quite affected by, because it will be much harder to sell, simply because, you know, we're not polluting as much. And in that case, US would have to really quickly switch up basically they're everything. You do have to turn off the coal. The coal isn't that big of a problem, but natural gas would be a massive problem because natural gas contributes to global warming in a major way. So that will be a big issue, and that's something we won't quite have to deal with in Europe because we would have already done it because we're already going green.
Yeah, but how about the individuals in the US? For example, an average American person pollutes 6 times more than the average European
That's
person.
misleading because when it comes to the carbon footprint, like for an average American person, most of it is burned in. Like they can't reduce that. So that also includes stuff like their electricity. So
I
that
see, I see.
yeah, so that actually an average American, even if they died, they wouldn't be able to reduce their. I think there was one study on this that if you did nothing, then you would reduce your carbon footprint in America by half. Which I mean isn't a lot if you think about it when it comes to doing actually nothing.
Yeah.
And so basically, the biggest issues are the big polluters. That's the actual big problem.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other things. There are more things in America, like for example, unsustainable towns. So there you have a lot of suburbs in America, which is an extremely inefficient way to provide people with housing, and because of that, a lot of towns are going bankrupt, and because of that, a lot of towns are losing money. And it's basically a huge debt problem, which is unsustainable for the future. And eventually, this debt problem will just catch on, and it's going to be even worse. There are a lot of problems that are happening in America, and it honestly makes me so glad I live in Europe. So for me, I mean, if for all of you Americans
Yeah.
watching right now, I'm sorry, but for me, it's a great source of hope. Nothing makes me more thankful for living in Europe than watching American news.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Actually, did you know that in the USA there is more land that is dedicated to car parking than it is dedicated for housing?
Yeah. And there's still the roads because cars are also extremely inefficient. That's the whole point. The town design in America is extremely inefficient.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about roads, I'm talking about literally parking spaces. More parking spaces than, like, more area for parking spaces than for houses. Just the parking spaces, not counting the roads or anything.
Yeah. I hate that.
That's insane.
I hate that YouTube shows messages send but doesn't actually send them at times. I switched to live chat specifically, but I still miss some because YouTube does delete. Make it inflation. It's a dumb one. I know I laughed at that, but it's funny.
I am not drawing that.
Coward. From philosophers to polluters. What's next? Photographers? Beach Boys were a scam created by Tinder and surfboard companies to sell more California girls and surf more USA. That's true. That's a true fact.
My hairstyling cream is called Beach Boy.
That's with an E and an A, right? That's just to make sure. I would. My
Yes.
hairstyle is called just no hairstyle at all. I just let it dangle, whatever.
It's not my hairstyle that is Beach Boy, it's the hairstyling cream. That's the name of it for some reason.
Gender was made by Big Bathroom to sell more bathrooms. That's true, though. That's true. Read the book. Read the book. That is there. Sexuality was just a thing invented by the sex companies to sell more sex.
Mixed sandwich.
Joined in at the perfect time. We were just making fun of
I got
America,
mixed
Atomic.
sandwich.
Don't mind us.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
I love it because the thing is, I don't like to. I don't. Well, it's not that I like. I don't want to get into politics in a public live stream because it's risky. But what I really like is that when I can just say that America is an awful state, and it's so rare for Americans to actually disagree
Hey,
with
well,
me.
It's not a state, it's country.
I think the ones who would disagree have left long ago. They're checking one live stream and then bye.
Trans agenda. Sometimes I don't even have agenda. Like, of course I'm gonna laugh at that. It's funny. It's fun. I have thoughts on things. Ban him right now. Ban Acronymus, everyone. Ban Acronymus. Ban him. Twist his neck. Throw him into the lion pit. Release the lions.
Sentence him to death by 1,000 pinches.
Skeleton Divine Death Blast. Someone recently said to me when they joined the stream, this is the first time I've ever seen a nationalist European, which I mean, okay, there have been nationalist Europeans just about, nationalists about Europe. Throw me into the lions and I'll come back pregnant. I'm easily pleased today. I'm in a good mood. I'm eating my egg sandwiches. I have sriracha, so they actually have a taste to them.
Oh,
The
sick.
what?
Sriracha is like
I'm eating my mixed sandwich.
it's like a hot sauce kind of thing. It's good, spicy.
Have you,
Sounds nice.
It is.
Have you? Sorry, hold. My brain stopped.
Come on,
working,
you
hold
can do it. I believe in you.
on. No, I take my first sip of alcohol and it just goes to shit. Tapatio. Have you tried Tapatio?
Where's Tapatio?
Oh, it's the greatest hot sauce known to man. It's so good. It's like whatever you're having right now, but way better.
Oh damn, that
Smash
sounds
it like
amazing.
that. Yeah, I know.
Why the hell does Europe look so small on the maps? I don't know. We don't need much because the big map is sponsored by other countries.
Texas specifically.
Yeah, Texas just single-handedly dominates the map market to make Europe small. Actually, have a monopoly on all maps, but not globes. Globes are European. That's why on the globes you can actually see Europe.
It's always funny hearing Europeans be like, I haven't seen my sister in weeks because she lives in a different country. Meanwhile, us Texans are driving like 12 hours to see our parents.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess kind of, but at the same time, I have not actually heard anyone say that. When there is someone in another country you want to visit, you just get on a train and you're there in like 5 hours.
Wait, y'all have trains?
We're autistic. We have trains. I feel like that's why Europe is so great. We just have above average autistic population. That's what makes it
That
great.
could be
need to
an
move to Europe.
explanation.
That's it. That's the reason. You in America don't have enough autistic people. That's the problem. That's why all the problems you have there, because we have trains.
Yeah, but
That's the end of my list.
we have Mr. Tesla himself.
Oh yeah, you do. You do have the
Damn straight.
Well, damn gay. That's I'm European. I can't say straight. I haven't seen my sister in years. It may be because I don't have one. fair reason, I would say. We have functional passenger trains. Isn't that crazy? It is fun because we do have like a provider, the IC1. What does the IC stand for? I don't remember. Europe IC trains. IC Intercity, and it's great because it's Intercity is like for.
It's fast.
It's incredible. It's so high quality. I love it so much. I honestly don't get the appeal of having a car when Intercity exists. Like the thing is, if I was to drive from one state to another in a car, that's such a long journey. But if I want to go from, I don't know, Poland to Germany, I can hop on a train and travel there, just comfortably chilling, with internet access, charging my laptop because they have the actual outlets in there. You can fucking plug in a toaster on the train. You can make toasts.
I'm sorry, what?
Who's gonna stop you? The conductor? They don't have a spine. They won't tell you what to do. You have the outlets on trains. You can just plug in whatever you want. You can go in with a washing machine, I guess, do your washing.
Laundry to go.
Okay, now I wanna bring a toaster to a train. I just wanna do it.
Yeah, who's gonna stop you? Exactly. I'm autistic
Start
in the
throwing
US.
toast at people.
Sebas, move to Europe. Move to Europe, Sebas. You're wasting yourself in the US. Come here. Don't be ridiculous. No, just come to Europe. Lemon, did the CIA reduce you to silence because you found something you shouldn't have? What just happened? Oh yeah, Lemon did say, I just found out that apparently... Oh, reference to a meme. Messages mentioning make it get removed. Do they really? I don't know, you mentioned me right now and... But I do see you acronym is referring to messages which I just don't have. Some people in the US on their way to glorify stuff from other countries for being futuristic, when in reality those countries just aren't shitholes. I mean, they sometimes are. Meanwhile, in the US, there's 25% chance you get shot if you go on the train past 8 p.m. Another thing I don't get about the US is that in the US you have this stereotype of like buses being filled with murderers or something. I heard that so many times. Where if you go on a bus, you just get murdered or raped or whatever. Like,
I don't doubt it.
Is that a real thing that happens for you? What are you doing on your buses?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
I've just seen so many times when someone is complaining about their car, I'm like, why don't you just take the bus? And their answer is that, oh, because I'll get murdered. Well, what do you get murdered? You just accept that. I'm sorry. If I don't know, on my buses there was a chance of me being murdered, like casually, I wouldn't just let it go.
Yeah, but it's like there's probably an equal chance of a meteorite striking your forehead when you're sitting on your couch watching TV. But you know, it's fine.
I love that answer. I mean, yeah, you might get murdered, but hey, you could die any other way, so might as well get murdered, am I right?
Yeah, you could get to your destination like 2 minutes faster than riding a bicycle. Now with a higher chance of dying. Life's about the journey, not the destination.
The bus is completely true. Last time I took the bus, I got murdered 3 times. But Reblax, you're French, so I'm honestly not surprised that even death won't take you, okay? With all due disrespect.
Damn French.
Many mentally ill people use public transportation. Yeah, I'm a prime example of that. And so what? I once saw someone smoking meth on the bus. Ask them for some. Oh, join in. I don't know. Be social. You see someone smoking meth, just join the party.
Yeah, my favorite social meth outing.
I love in Not Just Bikes. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Not Just Bikes. Okay, so I'll take it as a no. But basically, in one of his videos, he like did a collaboration with a YouTuber from the US where they took trips on a bicycle to somewhere, and Not Just Bikes was in the Netherlands, famously known for amazing place to just live, and you know, the other guy, I don't remember his name exactly, was in America, and the American, when they were driving to the store on their way there, they went over like an overpass over a highway, and on the other side someone offered them meth, which apparently was like an average experience. So hey, free meth, I don't get it. Y'all are complaining, bunch of quitters, honestly. As a mentally ill person, I fucking love public transportation. In a car, you can't just stare at the ceiling and think about math. Carry on, though.
The American bike lanes, they don't exist. I hate to tell you, like we're one of the only, at least to my my knowledge, one of the only countries that are just like almost purely driven by like roadways and highways.
Yeah, it's the car-centric development, which is basically the worst kind of development you can have. Even fully pedestrian one is better, even though you can't get far. Fully pedestrian one is better because at least you have the density for it. So, because the thing is, one take which I really like is that when you go on the train, you have to pay for the ticket, right? When you're driving on the road, it's free. Even like highways, toll highways are replaced with freeways. But the thing is, those roads still take a lot of money to maintain. A crazy lot of money to maintain. Which means you're still paying for it. It's not like when... The thing is, when you pay for a train ticket, you're paying for it directly. When you're paying for roads, you're paying for it indirectly, but you still have to pay. And trains are just so much more efficient that at least you're paying less.
Also, gas prices are high.
Don't you have like one of the lowest gas prices in the world still?
I don't know, $7 a gallon in San Diego doesn't sound like a deal to me.
How much is a gallon?
No, it's actually really the US with the lowest gas prices because the Europe just taxes the
Oh my
hell out
goodness.
of gas prices.
Yeah, no, that's actually, it costs more in Poland. It costs, because in Poland it costs $2 to $3 per liter. So that's like,
Jesus.
yeah, so that's like,
Never mind, y'all can keep your liters.
that's like $9 to $14 a gallon, if I'm doing my math correctly.
God bless.
Yeah, because Europe encourages people to travel by public transport, so taxes the hell out of gas.
Yeah. Because I don't know what to tell you, we in Europe are just that kind of based. I'm a European pride. Europe pride.
Yeah, but I've traveled by ship, so all of you are wrong.
That is fair point. Didn't you travel by a battleship, by the way?
Yes.
Like on the
This
road,
ship
that's
has really big guns.
that's such a like you know, on the road someone cuts you off, what are you gonna do? On the sea, let's see someone cut you fucking off. Let's see them try.
No, legit. I actually have a story about
Did someone try to a battleship?
Okay, all right. This one, sit back, grab your popcorn, maybe a drink, because this one's a fun story. So we were doing our things, right? We were just patrolling, roaming around. I'm gonna be extremely vague with this, as to not dox myself and or go to jail. But we were just patrolling as we do, and this one ship, an adversary ship, decides to start what we call shadowing us, which means they're matching our speed and our direction, right? But they're like a little ways off behind us. So they're following us for a few days now, and they decide, how about we speed up a little? So now this shadow is becoming the overcast. Now we're following them. And right, we're like going fast now because we're trying to keep up with them at like 20 knots, which is freaking fast on the ocean. And just out of nowhere, this ship cuts across, like you can imagine, they're to our right, uh, and they cut off to our left just out of nowhere. Um, and we're going 20 knots, so that's not something you want to do as for maneuvering. It's scary as shit. They cut in front of us, and then my captain goes over the net. He's like, "Hey, fuck no, flank speed." So now we're going as fast as we can in front of them. So it's kind of like a Mario Kart at this point, just like seeing who can be in front of who. So they blast off as fast as they can, and their engines blow up. I just remember seeing a black plume of smoke on the camera from their ship.
I just imagine like, have you seen Drive, with Ryan Gosling?
Yes.
I just
that's
imagine
exactly how
that
it
except
was.
it's your captain.
Yeah.
Blew their engine up effectively.
Yeah, it was funny. My drink just went from like Coca-Cola to straight alcohol, and I hate it.
It's actually 3.16 per gallon, by the way. Where? In the US or in Europe?
That's
Because in Europe that doesn't sound right.
insane.
316 per gallon.
That sounds about right in Texas, honestly.
That sounds like what? That sounds really cheap, actually. Oh my goodness. 3.16
Yeah,
per
that's-
gallon. That's insanely cheap.
If y'all are paying like what, $2 per liter, and it's
Yeah.
4.5 liters, that's like what,
Nine per
$9 a gallon?
gallon, yeah.
So we're
But-
effectively a third of your cost.
But at the same time, we do have really small cars. Well, they're getting smaller at least.
And they're still
Ford trucks.
like half the
Ford
sizes.
F-150 Raptor, fucking manpower, in order to
This-
just drive to work as an office worker, because that's the car you need.
Yeah, there always is that one asshole who just drives a fucking Ford F-150 for no fucking reason.
No, because it's cool, you know, because big car. Some of the major cities it gets up to $7-8 a gallon. In the US,
Yeah, it depends where you live. Usually,
7-8 would be on the
West Coast is
cheapest side
expensive.
in Europe, I would say.
Hey, I'm paying $10 a gallon of milk, so I don't want to hear it.
Europeans have metrics, so Americans have food tricks. Americans have a food fetish. Just that's the thing.
Damn straight.
Damn gay. We are not the same. We all know metrics is inferior. No one uses it. Exactly. I want.
It's amazing that most of your audience is European, so like everything I say, you're taking at like full value.
Of course. I mean, actually, no, it's not. Sebas and Lemon are American.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, don't think yourself as too special here, Atomic.
Okay.
Or the only American. Actually, I think. Actually, don't know if my if more people watch from Europe or in US. I can check.
Yeah, pull up that statistic.
Let me see. I'm checking my phone.
My drink just went from straight alcohol to mouthwash. This is horrible.
See, that's the problem. I can't actually drink straight alcohol.
You can only drink gay alcohol.
I can only drink gay alcohol. That's the problem. I love that joke so much. I do it 100 times a day. Okay, so 28% of people that watch my videos
I
are from
was
the United
thinking
States.
something like a third.
Yeah, it is a little bit less than a third. Then the second one is India, 7.5. And then the third one, the United Kingdom, Germany, Canada, Poland, Australia, Italy, Brazil, Philippines. So just
All I
going
heard
from
was not America, not America. Not America.
should we include United Kingdom with Europe? No, that they don't exist. That would be around 10% actually from the top ones. Then from zero has so many countries. I would need to because that's only top 10.
So what percentage is American? I wasn't
Actually,
listening.
American is like 1/3. Yeah, statistically, every third person should be
Hell
American.
yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
Can I get an amen for our troops out there? You United Kingdom. Ugh. All right, don't worry, that doesn't exist. That's
I've
a
actually
myth
been
by
to the United Kingdom. I'm sorry, I'll have to tell you that the UK exists.
no, it doesn't.
Oh,
Timon, we already know you're a paid shill. It's fine. It doesn't. United Kingdom is just a scam invented by Big Ocean to sell more boats. So is America, actually. America.
yeah, but
You think
America,
it's
America
coincidence?
kicked the UK's ass, so
Do you think
yeah.
it's coincidence that Atomic is on the boat right now?
I'm not on a boat right now.
Close enough. Talking about boats.
Oh yeah, I am on a boat right now.
Exactly. Do you think it's coincidence that Atomic keeps referring to boats and ships and whatnot? It's because that's
And I'm drinking Captain Morgan. That's
exactly
crazy.
coincidence. I think not. It's just big ocean wants you to travel there, without you realizing that's actually the same continent.
It does make up 70% of this planet.
America. Oh. We mean ocean.
No, I mean America.
Oh, that makes sense then. Because that's what my brain went to. Like America makes up 70% of this planet. I'm
there
ready
is
to
no
accept
such thing
that.
as international waters. It's just American waters.
International waters. I think you mean our lake.
Yeah, that's just the Great Lakes.
The Great Lake of America. It's not the ocean that encircles America. It's America that wraps around the ocean.
They're trying to turn the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. I don't know how to feel about that. It's all America. Like, it's that meme with the spacemen and
All
the
your
gun.
bases are belonging to us, except it's just America. It always has been.
Always has been.
International water? I hardly know her. Funny.
Hilarious.
Comical.
Straight bone rattling.
Gay bone rattling.
I'm sorry.
I really. This must be so annoying at this point. I can't stop myself.
I
It's
can't
an
say
instinct.
straight anymore.
Yeah, it's an instinct.
I'll just say the derivative of.
Although to be fair, like Timon is the one who was thinking about dicks last time, so.
Pause. You no longer have the TV remote.
For a Brit hater, you sound fairly British, make it. Oh, it's so isn't it? Oh, you go. No, it's Scottish. It's Scottish and English. I know. I'm a European. It's isn't it? I could be a standard comedian if my target audience was not weird, terminally online math people who probably don't go outside.
Well, good for you. That's 90% of Make It's viewership, so you're welcome to join.
Funny enough, 90% that's actually how many, that's actually male to female ratio of my channel.
Jesus.
Not a joke, by the way. I
Mine
do
was
believe
like,
it got better.
I think 50.
50-50 is the right, like, no, ideally would be like what, 45-45 and 10 user specified, right? I feel like that would be the goal. Right now, male is 91.6, female is 7.3, and user specified is 1.1.
Yeah, I can check my century-old statistics.
I've already mentioned that. I need to fight systematic sexism for the views. That's why I want to fight it. That specific reason, because of systematic sexism, not as many people are watching my channel. Like, if they were watching my channel, I wouldn't care for systematic sexism, of course, but they don't, so I have to fight systematic sexism. I will make that clear. The only reason why I'm doing it is for the views.
Okay, I'm like 70-30. It's a close split. It's a close split.
I like how Sebas said 90% male or female, as if it's a question. We're sitting right now 3 guys on the voice channel. Guess which one it is. Male to female.
It's
no,
obviously better toaster.
Male to female. No way, just like me. That's funny. Trans jokes are hilarious, by the way. I love them so much. Like trans means with,
Transformers.
No, I mean, like, for example, I don't know, I caption me supporting my male to female friend, and it's just a clip from Big Bang. You are not the guy. You're not even capable of being the guy. I knew a guy once, and now I don't. You are not the guy. It's hilarious stuff. I love it. Maybe they don't watch because they don't like science. Who doesn't watch because they don't like science? 3 guys, 1 Pole, 1 minor, 1 American. Who's the minor? You do realize Timon is 22, right? That's old enough to drink in America.
It's me.
Yeah, Atomic
Sorry,
is the
guys.
minor. Atomic is the minor. I am the American. Timon is the Pole, obviously.
To be fair, my voice does sound like I'm 12.
I'm not the one to, I'm using 70 voice changer because he sounds so young. Well, so do I.
Yeah, but you sound at least 17. I sound like I'm 12.
That happens. No, but that's because I
you
have my
should hear
voice
me in
changes on.
person. It's so bad. I sound like a 13-year-old child.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's not that Timon sounds young, it's that Timon is the only one not using a voice changer.
Yeah.
Is Timon older than Atomic? Atomic, how old are you?
Oh gosh. Okay, look. I've been in the Navy. I'm not going to answer this directly. I'm just going to put this in perspective. I've been in the Navy for like almost 3 years now. And I had been on board for about 1.5 years when 5 of my new people came to my boat. All right, 5 new people. Now, you're expecting usually like 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, just a bunch of children, like fresh out of boot camp. No, they were all older than me. One of them's like double my age, and I outranked all of them.
That's actually a pretty big flex, I would say. If you're younger than them and you outrank them, that's a power move.
Yeah, I'm their boss.
Yeah, damn.
So to answer your question, no.
Also, I just want to say that's pretty cool. Like outranking someone in the middle. Wait, Timon is the oldest one. Yeah, it must be because I'm 14.
I'm 20, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm 14. Timon must be the oldest one.
Damn.
What?
I love dropping these little things. Choked on some water. See, Farmer Main, you said that Timon was the minor, even though Timon is the oldest one out of the 3 of us.
The irony.
At some point, actually, you have to stop getting excited about these. Did you slip up? I might have slipped up. I probably did, right? Say that again. I said that Timon must be the oldest one out of the three of us.
So, based on our previous analytics, if Timon is the oldest and you're
Atomic, you don't get to call me Timon.
oh, I'm sorry. If the European and the Pole,
Just-
The European.
you're all the same.
You can call me Timon or Positron. Only make it can call me Timon.
Yeah, only I get that privilege.
I'm sorry. So as I was saying, neutrino and make it. Statistically, one of us has to be the American. I've already established I'm the minor. So
Statistically, one of us has to be the American is a great line.
and based off of Make It's viewership analytics, 1 in 3 of us is American. So does that mean each of us has 33.3% of us American?
We're actually all in a superposition. We're all 1/3 American, 1/3 minor, and 1/3 Pole. Just how it works.
No, I can't do that.
I was about to say something, but you know the meme inside of you there are two wolves. I wanted
They're two what?
inside of you there are two wolves. You know that meme? Like I know inside of you there are two wolves. One snores like and the other snores like shoo. You know that one?
I know that one.
One of them is 19, the other one is 24.
Oh god. Oh.
I love how, like, Maxit has this thing, which I absolutely adore, where every now and then Maxit just states my age as a fact, without just checking, and I absolutely love it. Inside of you, there are tools, like this one.
I gotta start spewing misinformation
Never
about you.
seen this.
Never seen this meme.
No,
I'm so sorry.
but it hurts now to look at.
Instead you
there
there.
are two wolves. One gets drunk on the weekends. One gets drunk on the weekdays. You are an alcoholic. Like
Inside
be a
you there
British
are two wolves. This furry convention is going pretty great.
make it is younger than time, and time is 20 years old. They should make it. Yeah, it must be younger.
People not hearing the sentence you said afterward and love it. I can see why you enjoy it so
It's
much.
fun, isn't it? No, I need to hold on. I need to work on my balls for a second. Give me a sec.
Very
Work on your balls.
Yeah, I'm working on my balls. That's what I said. This live stream is sponsored by Manscaped.
I was about to say.
Proton and Electron.
No cap though, like Manscaped is a lifesaver.
Tell us more about your balls, Atomic. We're curious.
I used scissors once. It didn't end well.
I wasn't expecting you to actually tell us about your balls, to be honest. But you know what? I respect the commitment. Inside of you there are tools. The furry artist is going to make a bank from this commotion. Yeah, I was gonna say that inside of you there are 3 people with the American DePaul, but then I stopped myself. I realized like maybe I should skip this one. Maybe that's not funny. There we go.
Oh yeah, I had to think about what's not funny about having a pole inside me. Then I realized that the problem is with the minor part.
I mean, okay. Having a pole inside me, I could take that, okay? Clip that, you're welcome. So make it is a guy. I don't like the way you assume things about me, Mike shit. I assume I'm a guy. You know they say, assuming makes an ass out of you and me. Oh, my eyes are really starting to go. I'll need glasses soon. They just had a whole bunch more. Today I got up and my back just started to hurt and I realized it might be starting already.
Your 30 confirmed.
No, no, because I mean the thing is, it was just so odd to have my back hurt from getting up. it's annoying. Make it does not identify as a human, remember? Exactly, I'm an omnipotent being from the future. You mere mortals, show some respect.
I'm not mortal anymore.
That's Ali, actually. Ali is immortal until proven otherwise. There we go. Render animation. I hate how they make it as they them mask presenting. I don't know. It's too confusing for me. I'm an oldest man. Back in my days, there was no sex or gender. We just hit people with clubs.
But no, I mean, you are mask presenting, you are wearing a mask, so. And,
Okay, go
and-
with that one.
and you are they them because there are so many of you, like those bazillions of clones, like Sebas is on point.
They them mask presenting with a K. I accept that. It's they them because when people refer to me, they also refer to my interns. That's important. I do have the make it schizophrenia render. Hold on, let me find it. It's right here. There we go. That's the make it schizophrenia render. That's not to do a face review, but that's basically what I look like. The American make it is so loud. What if the blob guy is the real make it? Why you call him the blob guy?
Which one is the blob guy?
I think that's the 3D make it. What's blobby about my 3D make it?
Wait, in your head, in the schizophrenia picture, there's a cat boy in the back.
Yeah, he's annoying. Just keeps trying to sell me crypto.
Are you trying to tell us something, make it?
Yeah, the fucking cat boy is trying to sell me crypto. It was pretty self-explanatory. The American make it is just hear the gunshots constantly. There's not much there. What if the drawings are just make its voices explained as subatomic particles? The idea of like picturing the voices in your head as elementary particles. Where does the threshold begin for it actually for a schizophrenic voice? I'm curious. Like, here's the thing. On one side of the spectrum, you have like someone constantly yelling in your head. Like you think there's someone yelling when there's no one actually there. On the other side of the spectrum, you have the inner monologue. Like that's not schizophrenia. In the middle, if you have something like I have that, where I basically have a voice that's not quite my inner monologue, but I know it's not there. So for example, when I don't know, when I say something out loud, I have that voice that just yells back to me, hey, what if that's not the case, basically? Like, I know it's not there, it's not real. So it's not schizophrenia, but it's not inner monologue because that's not actually, like, me thinking in an inner monologue. That's not me thinking, that's just there. Where does the line begin for schizophrenia? Oh, Max, you got a
Doctor,
girlfriend. Good for you.
Diagnosing me?
That's just quick.
Because you just described like how my brain functions.
Yeah, exactly.
like-
That's what I'm saying.
and it-
Where does the line begin for schizophrenia?
I don't know.
Because inner
It's
monologue
like
is
I'll
not.
say something out loud and then it'll just echo in my head and then
That's
it'll
the
just
thing,
keep echoing and
Yeah,
then
like-
start yelling at me.
Exactly. That's not your voice, right? Like, I mean, it may be, but it's not you talking to yourself in your head. That's just something that's like, oh, how should I, that's actually really annoying to describe. But that's not you talking to yourself in your head. That is like something talking to you in your head. Just, but it's, you know, it's not real. So is that schizophrenic or not? Who is he talking to? I'm actually alone on the voice channel right now. I love streams where Make It forgets to take his schizophrenia pills and makes up people like Timon and Lemon.
None of these people are real.
I watched Wolf of Wall Street and The Big Short at the same time, and now I'm reading Basics of Economy now, so I've become a capitalist final boss. I already mentioned that a whole bunch of times, that investing, for most people, is one of the dumbest things you can do. Because it really is.
No.
No. Fucking me, nah.
I made like $300 last year off my investments.
Okay, how much did you invest?
Something like $4,000.
Okay, so what you made is a little bit less than 10%. That's actually good, never mind. 10% a year, how did you make that?
Damn straight.
Damn gay, how did you make that?
S&P 500.
No, that makes sense then. I still believe it's dumb though. Because the thing is, I just have a savings account because I want to play it safe. I guess I could put it into 500, but then I would have to, well, then I wouldn't be able to cover my rent. And savings account is 3% a year. Like an average good investor makes, an average good like level of investor with the S&P 500-ish strategy makes 6%. So that's double the savings account. And 6% a year is not a lot unless you already have a shit ton of money.
Well, my mom ran the numbers recently because she also has an investing account. Over the past decade, even with the bad years, over the past decade, it's averaged 14% per year. And 7 out of the 10 years went positive.
Yeah, but that's
In
why
other
do
words,
you
she
need
made
that?
big returns.
But why do you need that risk though? That's the thing I don't understand. Listen, hear me out. Let's say you have $10,000, right? What I think people don't appreciate is just how bad investing is when you don't have a lot of money. Because when people talk about investing, they talk about it in the void. So you made $300 from investing last year, right? How much have you made with not investing? Just with like a job?
Oh, like 26 grand.
Yeah, like the 300 looks laughable in comparison to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
See, but it compounds though.
I mean, yeah, it
So
compounds,
everyone's
but
making more money.
yeah, it compounds, but most of the time you would need to wait like 50 years before it actually compounds more than your job. To me, it seems like it is more beneficial to just get a good career rather than invest. Unless your good paying career
like to
ends
do
up
both.
good paying so much that you can actually invest. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing both. It's just that a lot of people seem to think that investing is just like this one weird trick, when in reality it is so much worse than just having a job.
Yeah, it's not like Veritasia made a video on this. Like, it takes 4 things to make an expert. My brain processed 3 of them, so it's like the medium with which you're practicing your expertise. It's, of course, practice, and then not being comfortable with your practice. The medium being the stock market, because the stock market is so volatile. It's you can't really be an expert in that.
Yeah. I will only start investing when Make It coin gets invented. Oh my goodness, Make It should make a pump and dump. You're so right.
Make it happen.
Make it happen. Hey guys, wanna buy my crypto? I swear, no, it's not like all the other cryptos. Trust me, this one
Like
is gonna.
the Hawk Tua lady.
Actually, that's so dumb because they got popular on pure chance, like pure randomness. The hack to a lady, like everyone knows how to say the hack to a lady because that's what she got popular for, one meme, and for some reason that's like kickstarted her career apparently, and then people act surprised when she scammed people. Well, color me surprised that someone with just an incredible amount of power who just got that power due to a basically lottery then misuse that power to scam people. I am shocked.
What a strange world we live in.
Panic and hysteria. Poor man and the rich man don't care for ya. NASA's smart spreads like malaria. Sit back and watch the show, America. Britain split through fickle shit, a government of hypocrites. They scam the pits, politicians sit in parliament not adequate. Needlessly breeding resources all dry, turn blind eye of it means a pay rise. Oh, the shame would be I would die if number 10 down should burn the fire. Only joking, only messing, don't be stressing. I'm a peace world, listen, doesn't need to be unpleasant. Or my tears in the rhyme scheme to analyze the game while my finger on the trigger of the money game.
Oh. Get it. Spitting bars.
It's not my bars, unfortunately.
Math to a calculate on that thing.
Make it, I misjudged you for an alpha, but you were a beta matrix enjoyer all this time. Such a shame. Math to a calculate on that thing.
That's got to be the quote of all time.
Well, I really don't like investing still. Because I feel like investing is thought of as a money-making method. In reality, it should be a money-saving method. As in, you've got additional funds which you want to save, you do investing. Like, that's fair. But if you do have enough funds to actually save them, but not many people have enough funds to actually save them up.
That's why I joined the military, so I could save 50%.
You have to you will have to pay them back, of course, because, well, no taxes, but we will take half of it, though, because, you know.
Yeah, legit.
I still don't get why they pay you that. That's the dumbest thing. Where they, like, pay you a salary, but take half of it back right away. Just...
Yeah.
False advertising. Wait, do you get raises each time you get a higher rank?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
So there's a whole matrix for it, too. It's like the number of years you've been in, and then the rank that you are.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then there's also usually a pay increase every year. It's usually like 4.5%, but this year it was like 14%. So I'm making like another $200 or $300. Yeah, I'm making like another $400 a month.
Make it. You should put a disclaimer while talking about financial. I don't have to. What I basically said boils down to that savings accounts are safer than investing, which, I mean...
This is true.
That's not
factual.
Yeah. That's the point of savings accounts. Can you square a matrix that's not n by n? No, you have to rectangle it then.
How much does an aircraft carrier cost? To answer that, the USS Kitty Hawk was sold for $1.
What?
Yes.
To who?
This is a fact. You can Google this. The USS Kitty Hawk was sold for $1.
Why
So
and to
if you
who?
want to know how much it's valued at, it's a single dollar. It's at least $1.
Wait, what's the story behind it? Why was it sold for it? I'm looking it up.
Something about they decommissioned it, stripped everything out of it, and then had no more use for it, and so they sold it for $1.
Also, I just want to answer the previous question that no, you cannot square a matrix that is not n by n.
Okay, that makes more sense than my answer of no, you have to rectangle it.
Or if you wanna, you have to transponate it first, the same way you do it with vectors. So you can essentially square it like the way you matrix multiply a vector. So transplant it first because the transposition, yeah. You got it. If you know what the matrices are, then you got what I'm talking about.
I vaguely understand.
I don't, so.
Matrix algebra is fun. Algebra with a G, algebra is fun.
Wait, I don't see it being sold for $1. Unless
There's a
I'm looking at
news
the wrong
article
one.
on it.
Wait, Kitty Hawk CV63 or Kitty Hawk AKV1? AKV1 is a World War II, so I don't think so.
I once wanted to try.
CV63.
I once wanted to buy a bus because they sold old buses that Vibest didn't need anymore for really cheap, and I was like, they were literally affordable.
That's a fun fact. That's a genuine tip for y'all. The government has a lot of equipment. The government in general has a lot of equipment that they need to replace. And when they do replace that equipment, they need to do something with the old one. And because of that, a lot of different branches of governments have different, like, on their websites, you can see that they have just a list of the equipment they don't need anymore. And really often they sell it for, like, absolute bargains, or they just sometimes give it away for free. And it's just hilarious how sometimes you can see, you know, something that originally costed $5,000, some radio equipment, just getting given away for free.
Yeah, and like I could have brought a literal bus for 2 months of food. Which is 2 months of food is obviously
For
not
1 cent.
But still, 2 months of food is for a bus.
Okay, my my shopaholic ass buying 1 cent aircraft carrier on eBay.
Steal.
Who has the authority to put an aircraft carrier on eBay? I would just like to just a general question.
So fucking admirable. Dude was like, "Yeah, I can't really use this anymore. I'll make a quick cent off of it."
eBay. You know what's hilarious to me? How many people must have seen that? Like, yeah, totally. What an obvious scam. Because I mean, you see on the eBay an aircraft carrier for 1 cent.
And then, like, next week, it actually shows up in your nearby lake.
Next week, you should get the certificate owning an aircraft carrier. No.
It's because, like, there's nothing you can do with it. It's either sell it for a penny or blow it up.
We can live on it. It's an aircraft carrier.
All of Make It fans just move to one aircraft carrier and just start a self-sustaining ecosystem there.
I'm pretty certain people already tried and I mean, there are problems. Like if you need to pay like for port, I guess. Unless wait, if you make port in just in a random place on the sea, like random coastline, unnamed, can you get fined for that?
No, we should live
Depends
on
on
the
the
sea,
country.
just travel around.
I mean, I really love the idea of, you know, just like it being illegal for small boats because that would make sense. But then you just travel with an aircraft carrier, like, yeah, I just, you know, it's a quick stop.
Yeah, you don't really understand how large they are until you've seen one.
There are aircraft carriers. They carry aircrafts. It's not really a ship.
Aircraft. They carry a lot. Of
Yeah,
aircraft.
it's not really a ship. That's a floating airport.
No, legit.
I know they're massive.
Yeah, that's why we would all fit on it. And we wouldn't be crammed together.
Mate, you could like just incredibly massive. What countries make it from? I'm from Poland, but I'm European. I'm more European than Polish. Make it from Poland, but he is American from heart. He loves American guns.
Alright, it's been fun talking, but my bed calls me.
That's fair. It's really late, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, it's
Jeez, yeah, get
It's
some
like
sleep.
10.
Oh, no, wait.
Good night, my brothers.
It's confusing. I don't know where you are most of the time. It's confusing.
I'm in space right now.
That makes sense.
The sun is blinding.
Alright, bye, Atomic.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, see ya. Randomly starts rapping. That was the Ren. That was a Ren reference when I randomly start rapping. Where's Lemon? Right when I start rapping.
Coleman and the Richmond don't care for ya. NAS is smart, spreads like malaria. Sit back and watch the show, America. Britain split.
Make it, you're an artist. How do you deal with your creations just not turning out how you want them to be?
Alcohol. Oh, you want me to elaborate in some ways that no more? Well. I'm sorry, I just seen the cup. I'm so gay, I can't even drink straight, which I mean.
Like, I can totally relate to the feeling of everyone telling you that it's so good and you just sit there like, no, it could have been better, I
Yeah.
could have done better.
This is an awful feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's something you just always get. You just get used to it at some point. I feel that's how I deal with it. I just got used to it. It doesn't pass. Make it. Can you give us a sneak peek of the next video? You're welcome. I love the silence. It reveals my tinnitus. Fine, I'll just keep talking for no reason. I will give you a sneak peek of all the animations once this one finishes rendering, because, well, I mean, I don't want to stop it. If I stop it, I have to re-render again. Why is it each frame takes 30 seconds to render? That's a lot of time for a frame.
When I was starting out as an artist and I was really bad at it because, you know, beginner, I didn't mind because nobody told me that it was amazing, because it wasn't, and I was okay, cool, but now everyone's telling me amazing, but I still don't like them any better than I used to like them, and it's crazy.
Yeah. You know, suffering from success, you know, it is. I do just... It's tough life. It's tough life when you need to buy another safe because all the gold doesn't fit into one safe. It's tough. It's rough. Like all these poor people don't get how we have it difficult. It really is. Wait, no, wait, hold on. I think there might be a way in which I won't have to take out the money from my savings account to cover my rent. Just reminded me.
Hell yeah.
Okay, the feeling of taking out money from a savings account is the worst feeling you can imagine. It's awful. It's basically failure. That's the feeling. It's failure. Okay. Can you keep the volume down? I'm trying to sleep. Okay. Maybe I should switch to S&P 500 actually. I don't have all that much money, so it won't do much. Yeah. Oh, this is spicy.
Is it still your breakfast egg sandwiches?
Yeah, I'm hungry. I made 2. I'm a slow eater.
No, I was the breakfast part was the baffling.
1. Is it because it's 2
Hmm?
p.m.? Is that why?
Yeah. I already had lunch.
I can't afford lunch. I just sleep.
That's fair.
How'd you get around to doing YouTube full time? And what do you mean? Because I mean, it's easy. You just quit your job. That's how you do YouTube full time. It's still not profitable for me, as in I still am losing money every month. So eventually I will run out of money if things don't improve, but you know.
But maybe you can still improve your channel to the point where you only need to take a part-time job, and that would still be great.
I suppose. I guess that makes sense. That's actually a pretty fair point. Right now I could survive a part-time job.
Yeah, exactly. And so this, even if you have to go back to work at some point, these few months will still be beneficial because it gave you a basis for you to be able to survive on a part-time job.
AJ just said, I mean, why did you choose poverty? Money
Work
does
is
not
fun.
money does not bring happiness, AJ. That's the annoying thing. And I can say that because I don't have money. Usually the only people who say it is the people who have money, but I don't have actually much money losing it. So I can say that. Money does not bring happiness. I mean, it's needed if you don't want to die, but that's about it. Tax evasion can save you money also. I can't, the only country I would tax evade is America, but I can't because YouTube takes out that money out automatically. So I just can't like reduce it in any way. And robbery is always an option. Yeah, exactly. Or making meth, but then I would
Wait,
have to go bald, so.
can you work? Can you make YouTube videos from jail?
That's a good question.
You should look that up.
I should look it up. That would actually be much better. I wouldn't have to pay for living. That'd be great. Holy shit. Hold on. What's the downside, actually? Wait, no, but seriously, some jails, like, have computers in them, don't they? What would be the downside?
I mean, you don't go outside anyway,
Exactly.
so
Free food, free shelter, free electricity, free utilities. Yo, Maker, so you quantum mechanics video, I loved it. I'm glad you liked it. I don't think I explained it properly enough, but I'm glad you liked it. Opposite attract, simple. Okay, so right here, I need to lower this because this is ridiculous. 200, let's do 32. It's taking way too long to render. You want the sneak peek, by the way. This is the sneak peek. This is what it looks like so far, the entire scene. Right here, us starting with butane, then us going over the fundamental interactions to explain how electromagnetism is actually the fundamental interaction of chemistry, and then us going over all the different ways you can describe charge in chemistry. Nordic countries have good prisons. That's a maybe, but I would have to go to Norway.
just go to Norway and make sure that you get to a Norwegian prison. Then maybe you get deported back to Poland. That's
Yeah, that's the problem now. They don't want to waste their good prisons on me.
So you should become a Norwegian citizen before you go to jail.
That's such a plan, though. My goodness, that's such a great plan. I have options. I do have options. Money is like a multiplier. The equation base happiness times money is equal to real happiness. I would say that's close enough. Money gives you comfort, which is what you need. But at the same time, there are a lot of things you can get without money. What's more, there are a lot of things which you can get which money can't give you. Or at least, it's difficult to get them with money. Who's the other person and why does he get to talk to you? That's a phenomenal question. That's Timon. Timon's been here for quite a few streams at this point. Money can make you talk with make it. That's happiness.
Exactly. I didn't want to be the one who says it, but yes. Yes.
The thing is, damn it. The thing is, being able to join on streams, yes, that is a patron perk. However, in this case, like for example, Flame joins on streams all the time. Flame has never given me a cent in his entire life. And yet Flame has access to all the channels and joins on stream regularly. You don't need money. Money is for the joining on stream.
Yeah, but not everyone's not everyone is Flame.
That is true. Damn, that line goes hard actually. Unfortunately, not everyone is Flame. The world would be so much better if people were just Flame. Okay, I also don't like to mention it, but this is a great filtering process for me with the Patreon stuff. And that's because I know it has a lot of downsides, but basically, Patreon is not like money ruining expensive. $32 is a lot, but it's not something that will make you go bankrupt. At least in Europe. I don't know how in other countries work, but in Europe, $32 a month is not something that will ruin you. So it's a great filtering process to see if someone is actually committed or if they're just like joining in for one time. That's why I like the process. Because there've been a lot of people who just join on stream once, like, I'm your biggest fan, I love you so much, and then they just disappear forever, which is awkward. Make it creating classes hierarchy. As I mentioned, that is the problem of it. That is the big pickle, that it is just the classist hierarchy. I mean, there's no going around this. That is what it is, unfortunately. How much is a Patreon like for the cheapest? $8. That's the yellow one. Also, you called the Patreon chat underwhelming, Timon. Look at the pictures I sent in the giveaway chat. No one else gets to see that.
Okay.
Yeah? You see, everyone else has to wait for that.
Okay, that was not the opposite of underwhelming. I agree with that. Anyways, I didn't. That's what. So the point is, I meant the behind the scenes channel was underwhelming. I only meant that the behind the scenes channel is underwhelming, not the other one. That's not underwhelming.
Okay, I see.
I should stop talking.
You see, you all don't know what picture I'm talking about. What picture I've sent. It looks nice. It's aesthetically pleasing, isn't it? I like the shot. It's really good. I might do it more often. Minecraft is $23. Minecraft is $30. I would know.
Yeah, that was a great picture that you shared in that.
It's gonna be a video.
Anyways, do you know the song "The We Didn't Start the Fire"?
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the war's been turning. Yes.
Good.
If I skip 10 meals, I can be your patient. Don't skip 10 meals. Piss, that's the thing. That's another part of the filtering process, is that it usually, because of that, people on Patreon usually tend to shift more towards older ages. Because as you get older, you eventually end up in a stable enough place to actually afford that. That's another thing. So minimum wage, at least in Poland, but to be fair, Polish minimum wage is really low. So, well, I guess I think Hungarian might be lower. I guess because
A lot lower, like a lot lower.
wages in Europe. I guess Hungarian may be lower, but Polish minimum wage is low by the European standards. And so, which one's Hungary? Is this one? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Hungarian is half the Polish minimum wage, to be fair. However, in most countries, especially in the West, as you can see, even if you earn the minimum wage, $30 a month is nothing. Hence, it's a good filter because usually children don't have that much money. Whilst for adults, even if they work a minimum wage job, they can afford it. So it's a great way to filter adults, which sue me if you want. It's on average adults that are just more fun to talk to. And also, the
You're
allegations
old.
are fine.
Confirmed.
I mean, earlier on I did say that you're the oldest one, didn't I? You must be the oldest one.
I am surely the oldest one.
Yeah, you have to be, right? It wouldn't make sense any other way.
Maybe I finally finished my art, so yeah, it's in the art channel.
You definitely deserve the sub from me. Thank you, Connor. I'm glad. Thank you. You definitely deserve 5 million subscribers for each channel. You seem to work so hard to make entertaining videos for us. Well, I try my best. Oh, there we go. Now with 10 seconds per frame. Ha, it worked. That's the fire hammer. And my god. Oh, that knife broke, actually. That knife.
Oh my god, wait. I forgot the most important part, the fire. On the tip of the fire. Okay, wait,
Actually,
don't.
Funny enough,
Wait.
the knife you showed on the left, that I don't have that knife anymore. Well, I do have it in one of my boxes, but it's broken. Because I threw it and it broke the handle off.
Yeah, you told me the first stream where I.
Yeah, and then I had to buy an axe, and now I have an axe. But for the life of me, I don't know where it is. I used it to open the boxes, and I don't know where I put it. I'll have to see. What's your favorite movie? I think it would be The Wild Robot. I don't know. I just like it a lot. I relate to the main character.
Wild Robot is very good.
If I get selected in National Chemistry Olympiad, can I get a chemist role in Discord server? We don't have a chemist role. We have a scientist role.
Is a scientist role for people with diploma or?
For people who can help me with my videos. So if I'm struggling with a video, if you are the person I can ask for help with that video, you get a scientist role. So for example, when I was struggling with chemistry videos, I asked Flame. When I was struggling with the physics videos, I asked Remco. When I was struggling with the math for the physics videos, I asked Revlux. I had a movie. I'm thinking of giving it a watch. It was really good. It was a DreamWorks movie, so exactly. The Wild Robot. It's surprisingly good. I was expecting a good movie, but it's surprisingly even better. It's a kid movie, obviously. So you relate to a robot in an abandoned island? Yes, I do. I relate to the main character, as I mentioned. They're literally like me, for real.
I can see that.
The other guy is so Russian. Sunosuke, that's Hungarian accent. Why every single person assumes that when you hear that's honestly, I get how Asian people feel when people call their accent just Chinese. I get that now. Because that's the same thing is happening right here. Right now, Shinosuke, you had my Polish accent and Timon's Hungarian accent, and you just assumed the Russian for both. Which, I mean, for Hungary, it's so way off.
Yeah,
Finnish
for
would be
Polish,
close.
it's understandable. But to be fair, if someone doesn't know a Hungarian accent, then they won't know. They will not guess it because it's just so unique.
Do you ask Hatake when you make cat videos? No, actually, that channel was just the Hatake was posting cat pictures to it, so I just renamed it to Hatake's cat channel. Do you have a too stupid to even be here role? No, because then I would have to give it to myself, which just seems too vain. Don't think of yourself as too stupid to be here. No one is too stupid to be here. Self-deprecation is a thing of the past. Let's do self-love from now on.
Alright, fix the drawings. Now the fire hammer has fire.
Oh hell yeah. That knife makes me nostalgic. You even got my shirts right, the black and blue. That was great.
Duh.
Hold on, I'm saving it in the Timon folder. At the end of videos, I have to mention all the art. Make it. What do you think of string theory? I think it's a creative solution to a very complex problem, but at the same time, I do believe that it is about as theoretical as you can get. I think that string theory is great as a theory, but it's bloody awful as a model. That's my opinion on it. So as a science communicator, I love it. As a science user, I don't. Self-love is hard. What about something easier, finding the graviton? Oh no.
Okay, I just got a bunch of questions about my accent and Hungary in the chat, and I don't understand half of them.
Do you listen to Hungarian dances all day? Is that something you do?
Yeah, dancing. I listen to people dancing.
Exactly.
What?
Hi, the Greg. Hi. Sorry, the time was showing me his art, so I didn't see the comment, the first one. Hi, Greg. Might as well say that everything is made of music if you come up with things like synchrony. I mean, it's not that insane. In quantum mechanics, you have the wave-particle duality. So basically, particles, right here, I represent the electron of a ball, but in reality, it's more like a wave packet, right? So technically, we already consider everything to be a wave. The only problem with string theory is that it complicates things by a little. But these complications are... It's hard to carry over that model, basically. So if I do remember, it assumes 11 dimensions, if I'm not mistaken. Which is a good example of that. Like, it's a creative theory, but as a theory, it works well. As a model, it's problematic.
Who the fuck is Johannes Brahma? Or Brahma, or...
Oh, why is that so slow? That doesn't make much sense. That's pretty bad. Tract simple. So the first term that can be used is positive and negative for precisely that reason. Individual atoms have an equal electrons. It becomes ions. Okay, so right away we need to add text, which will be positive and it should be positive. There we go. X like this. And X like this. And right here, positive will be blue. Did I use blue for positive? Did I use red for positive? I don't remember. Geometry nodes. Shading. Red is higher, which means blue is negative, red is positive. Right? Or blue is positive. This is so confusing. Let's look at what people use for this. Positive and negative in chemistry. What colors I used? What's the standard? Negative, okay, red for, okay, actually, wait, the textbook would be a much better one. Edge, no one asked you. Open text, there we go. What's positive blue? No, there's just like different standards people use, and I would like to be a bit consistent. Polar reactions, yes, right here. No. Okay, red for negative. Negative red makes sense because you're attracting a lot of, okay. Negative red, positive blue. Negative red. Negative red. Positive blue. Might be a bit hard to read actually. Yeah, that looks a bit easier to read. And then 640. And then we're gonna have to add cations and anions. And animation. Alright. What's so positive about blue? European Union flag. You're damn right. Something created by light can travel into any direction with no need of force. Actually, photons aren't really made by a force, they're just a force. They're light. They're not really made by light, they are just light. And so it's more like the wave perturbation of the electromagnetic... Damn, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Wave perturbation of the electromagnetic field. You have to trust me, it makes sense. Favorite part of physics? Relativity. I love relativity a lot. The thing is, creating a system in which everything is relative is a massive challenge. And relativity is just really impressive.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Finally.
You've been muted the entire time. Whoops.
So what I've been trying to ask, but my internet didn't allow me to, is in what twisted universe is negative red and positive blue?
In the universe where the European flag is blue, so it's positive. Get owned, liberal. It kind of would make sense. I mean, negative for blue to represent cold, positive for red to represent heat. I get that, but this also kind of makes sense. Negative. So, for example, when you think of something that's wrong, you think of it as red. So that's negative. And positive is just the opposite of that, so blue.
Then you should just add this in your video that positive is blue because European flag. Because otherwise it's very confusing.
No, I mean, all of these things will be like in a line, so it will make sense. I love physics. I just love the challenge of bring. I mean, quantum physics. Okay, so what's my favorite part of quantum physics? Photons. Definitely photons. That's not close even to anything. Just photons. But that's mainly because that's just quantum field theory, which is relativity combined with quantum mechanics, I guess. I'm just biased. Make it is mass by definition resistance to motion. I don't. Well, which definition are you going with? I think so. I think it is. However, you have inertial mass and gravitational mass, which are equivalent, but we still have the distinction for some reason. Serious question, what is your favorite color? Well, it depends when you ask me, but right now it's blue.
Favorite color is the mix of the European flag. Well, I mean, that would be just blue with the even slightest hint of green. That is barely noticeable.
We could try to blur a European flag to the point where it's just a single color. Just average them all out.
I'm pretty sure that would be a cool color. Like it's.
Timon is so real. Are you real, Timon?
I thought I was imaginary. Like, am I not just a schizophrenic voice in your head?
Yeah, I mean, I thought so too.
But apparently others can hear me too, so.
Sometimes the
Or
realest
the-
person you can talk with is not real at all.
It's so weird to be real. I mean, have you ever thought of it? Like, we might like existence. It exists, and why?
I mean, Timon, I get where you're going from. I really do, but I still feel like you should smoke less. Okay, I know what you're smoking, but less.
I'm a quaternion. Do you think that's all it takes to exist? I mean, to exist is to have a.
The problem is we don't really have a
Spatial
definition
concept
of
in-
existence. We don't really have that.
I'd say it's having a spatial coordinate within the quantum, within the answer, like outside the uncertainty principle in our universe, something like that.
Okay, but then if I just imagine a particle somewhere, then it has a coordinate.
Yeah, but it's not. If you go to that coordinate, you don't find that particle because it doesn't exist.
How do you find the particle? If you have a neutrino at that place, would you find it? It only interacts with the weak interaction in gravity, so you know it will be pretty difficult to find it.
Yeah, like just because something exists doesn't mean that it's easy to find.
Okay, so if you have what about a particle that does not interact with any fundamental interactions? Does it exist?
Huh. Does it matter if it exists, by the way?
It doesn't,
it
but
can't
you know,
interact
if you want
with
to, if you want to create definition of existence, because that's actually a common question I've asked before. Does a particle that interacts with nothing exist? And I got mixed answer. I myself think that it doesn't. I think that to exist just means to interact with other things, which means if you have something that can interact with other things, that's basically existence. But a lot of people define the existence in different ways. And what's really funny is that if you define a particle that interacts with nothing as real, then you can just imagine a particle. And that particle interacts with nothing. And even though you just imagined it, it's supposed to be real.
I don't know. I just don't. I actually don't like defining existence. Like defining existence is philosophy, and I don't like that. So
Actually,
just don't
it
like
doesn't have to be.
defining.
You can go with the scientific one, which is basically interaction. That's a pretty simple scientific definition of existence. Because then you can define it in terms of measurement, which is much easier.
Yeah, I mean, we can define what we can observe and measure, and what can interact with our fundamental forces. And
Yeah, and we just define that as existence. Because what's the point of having any other kind of existence? So basically, because measurement is defined in quantum mechanics, if I do remember correctly. So you basically, you just basically say that if, I think observable operator might be it. I don't remember, but basically you just define that as is if you can observe it, if you can measure it, then it exists.
yeah, I don't know. I only I'm not like I'm not that bad at quantum mechanics, but I'm not an expert since I only had 2 semesters, and one was just an introductory course. So yeah.
What if there are two particles that interact with each other and nothing else? Well, they wouldn't interact with us, so as far as we're concerned, they don't exist. So that's effectively equivalent to you just imagining two particles that interact with each other. They don't exist. Because you can measure them.
And if sometimes people ask, what if parallel universes exist? And I'm like, they don't exist. If there are parallel universes, they are parallel because they don't interact with us. So in our universe, they are not canon, so they don't exist.
They are not canon is a great way to describe it, I have to say. You can only measure what you can interact with. Exactly. So if you can't measure something, that means you can't interact with it, which means, as far as you're concerned, it doesn't exist. That's like the most simple. You could like go more in depth if you wanted to, but there is no point. In science, if there is something you can't measure, you can't like do anything with it, which means you don't actually care about that thing. Because you can care about it, but
Yeah.
caring about it will get you nowhere. You will never interact
Yeah.
with it anyway.
I wrote an essay to a random person in the physics channel, and they didn't read it.
Can you measure love? Yes. Love is based on, well, most 4 fundamental interactions. You can measure it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a certain level of hormones and brain activity.
Even if it's more complex than that, you can still measure it.
I don't think it's more complex than that.
I think it is, no, because hormones one says that's pretty simplistic. The thing is, neurons even aren't that simple. There are some
It's
there's
just
like some
brain
belief that
activity.
there's like some belief that neurons also operate using quantum mechanics, which I mean would make sense, but it's really complicated. You are very materialistic. I don't get what would be non-materialistic. I don't understand. I mean, I think that photons exist. I don't think I would call photons a material, so I don't think I'm too materialistic. The thing is, that's one of my biggest pet peeves. Like when people say that, when people basically try to falsify science by using stuff like ghosts. Like even if ghosts are real, they interact with us then. If they are real, they would interact with us, which means that you could do science on ghosts if you want to. Like ghosts, the existence of ghosts wouldn't disprove science, it would just expand it. I don't even know what it would mean for something to be not material. I don't even know what that would be. Except light, I guess, as I mentioned, or bosons. Would interact the ways they don't follow constant rules, such as physics rules. Then that means we need to change the physics rules. We've done it before. We created gravity, relativity, quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, standard model. We've changed physical laws before to match reality. Which means that if ghosts don't follow our understanding of laws, that means our understanding of laws must be wrong, so we should change it. That's basically what I'm saying. Ghosts wouldn't disprove science, they would expand it. What if no rules can constantly explain their interaction? Then they will explain it inconsistently. That already happens in quantum mechanics. Like, no rules can consistently explain the probability of it, that's why it's random. So it would be the same thing, we would just apply the same exact method. If no rules could consistently explain that, then we would just need to introduce randomness, which, as I mentioned, we've done before. And quite successfully, I would say. Schrodinger's ghost confirmed.
Okay, make it, have fun. I'll still be here. I'll be listening. Have fun.
Oh no, don't leave me alone, no. There we go. But wave function gives a proper probability distribution. What if the probability distribution of how ghosts walk is so sparse it's useless? Then it would be sparse, it wouldn't be useless. Titan, stop trying to like... Oh my goodness. You can have a sparse probability distribution for particles as well. You can have that if you want. Just wait till you hear about the uncertainty principle. Uncertainty principle tells you that if you have enough energy, well, if you extend, of course, then if you have enough energy, you can really be uncertain enough about the particle for it to, I don't know, cover the whole universe if you want. That's how uncertain it could be. And also, that's the first point. Second point, philosophy wouldn't be helpful then. Because what would philosophy do? It's such a big pet peeve for me when people try to use things like ghosts to disprove science. It's because it's the best proof that someone doesn't understand what science is. Limitation of the scope. That's why uncertainty doesn't make science useless. Yeah, so we would just make uncertainty principle for ghosts, where you can't be certain to a point about ghosts. How do you even begin to learn all these things? I used books, mostly textbooks from LibraText, and also I talk with people who know about them. I wanted to say that I bought a copy of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius yesterday. I don't know who that is. Do you think that science would ever be disproved? What do you mean science would ever be disproved? What if the scope of understanding of ghosts have a broader scope and is not limited to certain conditions, such as having high energy? Then we would include that in our model. Titan, I would just like you to know that for every question, what if, my answer will be, then we would account for that. That will always be my answer. No matter what if. You could ask me, what if, I don't know, ghosts just freaking create energy out of nothing? To which I would answer, then we would account for that in our model. We would create a model in which you can create energy out of nothing. If science is disproved, then new science. I mean, yeah, exactly. I don't even know what that would mean for science to be disproved. If you can prove that science is not the best way to achieve knowledge, to achieve information, then we would just use the new method you've developed instead of the old method. That's how it's always been done. Which wouldn't actually disprove science, it would do more science. Do you have a textbook recommend someone who's trying to get into things? Yes, I do. I have even more than a textbook, in fact. I have a whole website. It's called LibraText, which is great. I would recommend. LibraText.org. That's right here. You can see LibraText.org. And over there, you can go into platforms, libraries. And then right here you have biology, business, chemistry, engineering, medicine, global, geosciences, Espanol, humanities, kit for education, mathematics, physics, workforce, Ukrainian statistics, social sciences. You have all of these, and as you can see, literally thousands of books. It was great. Science points, we can't use it to make a constant prediction about the natural world. So a model so uncertain, your science would be meaningless as a tool to analyze ghosts. Titan, you are basically describing quantum mechanics and calling it useless. If you increase the uncertainty in the uncertainty principle, it's a value, you can change it if you want. If you increase it, that does mean it's less useful because the measurement is more uncertain, but it would never make it useless. You would need infinite uncertainty to make something useless. And even with infinite uncertainty, you can still say that the uncertainty is infinite. You can still say that in your model. The thing is, Tidon, your problem is that you're comparing science to just omnipotence. That's what you're comparing it to. You're comparing science to knowing everything. But philosophy doesn't know everything. If the behavior of ghosts would be completely and purely random, what would philosophy do? How would the philosophy describe it? It wouldn't be better because the behavior is random. You can't describe it better. You just gave me something to do my 6-hour flight. I'm glad I could help, Hannah. They say infinite uncertainty. Yes, you're right, Titan. The scientific model would be worse than omnipotence and omniscience. You are correct. So would be philosophy. That's your problem. You're always comparing science to just infinite knowledge. But philosophy is not infinite knowledge. Cat iron and anion. Cat iron is positive, I took it correctly, but I'm gonna double check. But meanwhile, philosophers will hypothesize and guess how it works, even if it doesn't help make constant predictions. So what you're saying, Titan, is that science, if you have a purely random system, science will give you the correct answer, which is that the system is random. Philosophers will give you the incorrect answer, but at least they'll give you answers. Good for you. Cation is positive. What if we are limited by a measurement ability, but it's not really random? Then science would account for that in the model. Titan, what you're basically saying is that when science is doing it, it's random. When philosophy is doing it, it's not random. Make up your mind. If it's purely random, then in science you would describe it as purely random. If it's not purely random, then in science you would describe it as not purely random. That's how simple it is. Timon left me alone the worst time. Science can't do anything because science without experimentations, predictions is philosophy. Yeah, I like that. You know what? I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna copy that comment and I'm gonna save it for the future. And whenever someone someone asks me why I dislike philosophy, I'm gonna show them this comment. And this is just great. There we go. I'm gonna save that comment. It's positive. The thing is, science without experimentations and predictions is called guessing. That's what it is. There is a reason why we have experimentations and predictions in science. It's because we don't want to just guess.
I realized that I was muted, but I said previously that I didn't leave you alone. I just muted myself. And I forgot to unmute myself to say that I muted myself. But yeah, I'm still here.
Timon, I can't. Titan literally just said science can't do anything because science without experimentations and predictions is philosophy. Titan is saying it as if experimentations and predictions are like a bad thing. As if they're holding science back.
I know, I'm here, I'm listening, I'm looking at the chat, yeah, but actually my grandpa has this same wackadoodle brain of thinking as well. Like he just like for his old ages he moved to the countryside, brought a house and just sat down and started thinking, and that's a good thing. That's a good old age activity, just sit down and think. But like the conclusion he's for instance, at the problem, the reason why scientists will never discover the answers is because scientists keep screaming the questions towards the universe and they cannot hear the universe over their own screams. And they should just shut the fuck up and sit down. And if they sat alone for a decade, every answer would just come to them. The universe's energy would just show themselves. And yeah, and
the ghost of Christmas past would be there to guide them. Guessing with logic is just being intellectually unknowing. I like that. I like that comment a lot. That's a good comment. Science requires predictions and science requires experimentations, because predictions leads to different possibilities and experimentation tells you if you're actually correct or not, because otherwise you have no idea if you're correct or not. So without experimentations you will just never know if you're right, which means if you want science without experimentations you can do it, however you will not be able to test your hypotheses. So I could say right now, for the sake of doing scientific experimentations, I could say that logically it makes sense for there to be 100 elementary particles because there is no reason for there to be any other amount of elementary particles. Which means that any number of elementary particles is equally valid, which means we might as well pick 100 as our basis. Any number is equally valid, and so it is impossible, it is highly unlikely, borderline impossible for there to be 17 elementary particles. I can say that. I can, no one will stop me. However, with no proof, logically it holds. If you can have any number of elementary particles, and we have no reason to believe that any would be possible, because as I mentioned, no evidence, then 17 is infinitely unlikely. Like, that's fair, you can say that, however, you won't know if you're correct or not, because you're not including any evidence. If you can convince enough people you are right using logic and arguments, you don't need experimental evidence. You have, what the fuck? That's a Titan comment number 2 that I'm saying.
That's called politics, that's called manipulating the sheep to vote for you, and that's called a autocracy, that's called everything we despise when democracy just ceases to exist because some people just decided they want to convince the entire nation to vote for them without actually doing anything for their country, just so they can have more power and just convince the sheep to and lead that entire country to a hellfire of autocracy.
Titan, historically, there's a lot of precedent for that. The easiest one to showcase is what Nazis did, because of course it's always Nazis when it's the easiest one to example of bad people. Nazis were trying to convince a lot of people that the Aryan race was actually superior. The only problem is, from a scientific point of view, it is not. And because of that, they, instead of doing experiments, they just went for propaganda. So if that's the philosophy you're describing, if under your definition it would hold, instead of using experiments, they just convinced a lot of people that the Aryan race is superior. Needless to say, it did not go great for you know, a lot of people in Europe.
Someone asks, is positron okay? Well, no, I'm Hungarian.
Like, in the future, didn't use logic, they used force. Titan, you can't just say that logic is whatever you think is correct and illogical is whatever you think is incorrect. They did use logic, they just didn't bother to check if their logic was correct or not. Like, they hypothesized a bunch of different things. Atlantis, they basically started that, where basically they said that they're descendants from Atlantis, and they were once like a great nation thing. That's logical statement, in a way. The only thing is they didn't check if they were correct. They weren't correct, in fact. They were wrong. Logic is something that can be verified without empirical evidence. Give me an example of how you would verify logic without empirical evidence, and I'm gonna give you a Nobel Prize, honestly. Because that would be impressive. There are two, because the only one way I can imagine it is when you just start with a bunch of axioms and walk from there. The only problem is axioms are arbitrary. So that way I could prove anything logically. I could prove that the sky is green if I start with an axiom that the sky is reflecting light that has the green wavelength. Then if that's my axiom, then the sky is green. First take some axioms to make a proposition, check consistency, it's simple. Okay, Titan, my axiom is that the sky is green. And axiom number 2 is that people can see the color green. They're just capable of seeing the color green. Based on those two axioms, can I say in a consistent way that the sky is green? The most fundamental axiom should be universally accepted. Titan, okay, if we lived on Earth in which most people accepted that the sky is green, and most people accepted that people can see the color green, would that make the sky green even if it's blue? You're digging yourself into an even deeper hole. Because what you're basically advocating for is like knowledge through populism. What you're basically advocating for is that facts don't matter. What matters is what most people believe with is fact. That's what you're advocating for. People have common sense, but common sense doesn't work for uncommon problems. That's the issue. That is the problem. Most people don't understand quantum mechanics, Titan. Which means that a fundamental axiom that's universally accepted would probably be inconsistent with quantum mechanics. What does strawman mean? It's when you're basically simplifying an argument completely. Yeah, bones aesthetic priori can't. There should be a fundamental axioms. From there, we should build up our model reality by checking consistency. Titan, have you ever thought maybe that we are not born with perfect logical abilities, right? So it's called when things. Have you ever heard of the word unintuitive or counterintuitive? Or paradoxes, basically. Any paradox, in fact. Synthetic priori can't be wrong. What you basically assume, Titan, is that evolution has evolved us in a way that we can think logically perfectly. That's what you assume. Which is simply an incorrect assumption. That's not how evolution works. Titan can't live before the good science stuff began. Wait, hold on. Didn't Kant... Okay. Kant lived before the theory of evolution. Oh boy, I wonder why. It could be, he could have been wrong. Wasn't way he ever survived. If it was false, he would never have survived species. Titan, have you ever considered that your argument, which says that evolution evolved us to be logical, created by a person who didn't even know that evolution existed, might be wrong? Have you ever considered that what you're basically saying, synthetic priori, is basically a biological thing we have, and someone who had no idea that evolution existed might have been wrong when they said that it exists? Our common sense logic is not enough for everything, especially at quantum scale. Exactly, quantum scale is counterintuitive for that precise reason. The thing is, Titan, our reasoning abilities didn't evolve for us to actually use logic. The current theory, Titan, the current theory for why we can reason is that it was a social tool. It was used to convince other humans. That's why we evolved reasoning. Reasoning didn't evolve for us to do logic, it evolved for us to convince other people of stuff.
But actually, if it evolved for us to convince other people, then actually Titan is using the logic the quote-unquote intended way by not doing useful stuff, just convincing random people about random stuff.
Yeah, I mean, which is great according to Titan philosophy of science. Titan, that's the equivalent of Kant saying that, I don't know, there is an 18th elementary particle with no evidence. And then standard model gets created with 17 elementary particles, and you saying, oh no, they must be 18th because Kant predicted it. If Kant's view on synthetic priori is inconsistent with evolution, what would you rather pick? Evolution or synthetic puree? Because I feel like evolution is much more reasonable. Is consistent with theory of evolution. In what way? Titan, how would evolution... Evolution is just random mutation. Okay, if you have two people right now, okay, not in the past, right now, who due to random mutation have different views of logic. So for example, one person is born thinking that... will be just like a basic logical thing. I'm looking for something really, really basic. One person is born thinking that, let's just say 1 + 1 = 3. They just feel that way, you know? Another person is born with 1 + 1 = 2. Both of these occur due to random mutations. Why is 1 + 1 = 2 better biologically than 1 + 1 = 3? Because if you drop them in the wild, they wouldn't care. They would still like live like animals, you know, just hunt and so on and so forth. The least accurate logic would die off as a species. You're certain that you think, okay, do you think that all the bears in the wild are more likely to know that 1 + 1 = 2 than 1 + 1 = 3? 1 + 1 = 2 is not fundamental enough. Your argument is just... Emergence is another problem you're running into, which is that our brains evolve to understand the world on our scales. On lower scales, we lower the layers of abstraction. We remove emergence, which means emergent properties which apply on our scales do not apply on lower scales. Hence why wave-particle duality doesn't make sense on our scales. How can something be a wave and a particle at the same time? On lower scales, it does make sense. Because you remove the abstraction layer, you no longer have the emergent property. Debating is not fun, you are debating. Please use brain rot terms when my brain can join the stream. Actually, I just realized something. Titan, you know what I just realized? My synthetic purite says that science is correct. You're trying to convince me. Why should I use your logic, which from my perspective is just empirical evidence, to convince me that my synthetic purite is incorrect, Titan? Why should I go with your argument over my synthetic purite? Because my synthetic purite says that science is always correct. So why should I go with your empirical evidence? For example, not anything can be synthetic purite. Yeah, but you see, I have my synthetic purite. Based on that thinking logically, I think that science is real, and that science exists, and that science is correct, and so on and so forth. You are trying to convince me it's not. So why should I trust your evidence over my logic? I think I broke Titan. Not responding. You can see something called synthetic purite. There are most fundamental axioms from this that are not very apparent to us. Yeah, I don't know what my synthetic purite is. All I know is that due to logic, I believe that science is correct, always correct. So I don't care what my synthetic purite is. All I know is that I have it, and using logic, I think that science is always correct. Why should I value your evidence, you trying to convince me, over my own logic? You can be wrong, you can be right. Only way to first create a good model and check consistency is to say purize. Well, my model seems to be rather consistent. I've lived my entire life, and all the things that I suppose that's trying evidence, right? You should do it without evidence. Well, I think I'm correct, and I don't think I'm wrong, which, I mean, seems correct. Let's agree to disagree. Timon, you still here? See what
Only
I,
way to know.
but you see what
Only
I
way
mean.
to know. I just want to reply. The only way to know is to first create a good model and check consistency. That's literally science. That
I mean,
is
it is.
literally science.
That is science. However, you see what I meant last time? Titan just said, well, let's agree to disagree. That's what it always happens. Like, we get to a certain point where Titan realizes how absolutely mind-numbingly just pointless his side is, and then just says, let's agree to disagree, and leaves.
And come back next day. Yes.
And come back the next day to make the entire question. Like, the thing is, if I logically think that science is always correct, if Titan is trying to convince me that philosophy is better, then Titan is trying to give me empirical evidence when I'm using logic. Which means that, therefore, if I'm to do philosophy, I should ignore Titan and go with my own logic. That's... It's called... That's called, like... If I was using science, by the way, then I would have to listen to Titan. I would have to listen, I would have to take his theory in, like, we'd have to check which one's more correct. But we're not doing that. As Titan keeps saying, philosophy has no evidence involved. So I can just ignore Titan if I'm doing philosophy, because that's evidence, we don't care about evidence, and use my own logical feelings, basically, but, you know, in science we would call them feelings, but philosophy just calls it pure logic. I can just use my own logic, and that's it. Honestly, it is unbelievable. But the two comments Tan said, it's phenomenal. Logic isn't subjective by objective. I would just like you to realize, Titan, that every single person that ever used logic used what they thought was logic. You don't like have a mandate from God that says objectively what logic is. You just have a group of people who all subjectively, you know, said what logic is.
I would like to comment on that. Objective logic is mathematics.
No, even not that. We still made up mathematics.
I know, but we made up logic as well, so...
Yeah, exactly. There's no objective anywhere. It's all subjective. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but in mathematics you can prove stuff from the axioms, so it's kind of like an objective logic that
But
we
that's the
made
point.
up.
We still use axioms which are completely arbitrary.
Ah,
You can
true,
use
true.
any axiom you want. And that's the whole problem with logic, right? The whole point of science is that we don't know what axioms like reality has. We don't know. And that's why, like, Titan keeps arguing that we instinctively apparently know or something, but we don't know. That's the whole point. We don't know what axioms reality has. And what we try to do is we try to come up with new axioms and check if reality had these axioms, would it be correct? Hi, the Tefta. Thank goodness you joined in. We're doing a philosophy argument, and I'm so tired of this because Titan said some shit that is honestly makes me just afraid and worried, and I'm not feeling well.
I'm afraid too.
Yeah, I'm not. This is borderline uncomfortable to this point. How you doing, Tefta? How's your day?
Good, good. I'm still in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
Just thought I'd join and say hi.
Well, I'm glad you did. That was Vegas. Oh, you can't
Good,
say.
good.
We know everything that
ready
happens
to-
in Vegas
ready-
stays, then doesn't it?
I did get to see some stuff that I can't talk about actually. That was
Oh.
released. Kind of behind the scenes stuff. But yeah, it's good. Ready to be back home though. But how are you guys?
Timon, see, that's what I meant. You remember last time when I meant when I mentioned the typical Tefta story, which is just casually, oh, talking about space. Oh yeah, I've been to space twice. This is basically what I meant.
Yeah, I can see that now.
That's not even the story. That's just the things Tefta can't even talk about. I'm doing well.
Yes, it's crazy. 130,000 people. It's crazy.
130,000. That is a lot. How was it so far? I mean, what about the things you can talk about? Because I understand that there are some you can't.
Yeah, well, I was most excited about the Tiny Box and the Tiny Grad, which is like the personal AI computer that you train yourself and kind of align to your own data. That is super cool. I got to talk to the guy that actually developed it, like the lead developer.
Oh.
I got a selfie with him.
So it's basically like make your own like think you can make your own AI for anything. Wait, is it completely arbitrary
Yeah.
data? Do you just like input binaries? What do you input? What do you input? You output?
I'll have to look at it, but it's Tiny Grad is the software that it runs on, but it's like a $15,000 computer. But
Oh my goodness!
it is the GPUs alone are worth 30,000. So it was, yeah. So I don't know. That was cool. Got to see some stuff. Windows on ARM. There was some live NPU stuff done. Like they showed a movie being played in real time, and they could just turn off all the sound but the actors' voices, or you could listen to just the voice and the music and turn off all the sound effects. So it was pretty interesting. Some of the live processing being done by the new NPUs is pretty cool.
That's incredible. I love how the
I don't wanna-
programs that were
I don't wanna-
borderline impossible in the past right now are just like the thing to show off.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling.
By the way, if you
My
were
mind
about to
is
say that
boggled.
you don't want to like intrude or anything, I would just like you to know that I am really glad to have you here. My alternative is to talk about the science versus philosophy. And listen, I
No, I wanted to hear that
Okay.
because yeah, objective truth.
But actually,
That's interesting.
the problem is that my problem with philosophy, Terta, is that, in my opinion, philosophy is a nothing burger, which means that it has been diluted to the point where, depending on the person, every single person has their own concept of what philosophy actually is. If you actually wanted to go definition, then philosophy would be the closest like love of knowledge. But then if you're going with that, then in modern times, we just use thinking for that. We just say that someone's a thinker, or they like thinking, or they think a lot. And
Yeah, there's a really good quote that backs you up. It's like something to the effect of all philosophy is actually somehow just a personal memoir on your own philosophy.
yeah, exactly.
Like it really isn't about objective philosophy. It's just about your own philosophy and views. It's
Exactly.
really hard to separate the self from it.
And
yeah.
so my problem is that philosophy gives unnecessary weight to it. It's the same thing. It's the same problem as I have with scientific racism, which is when people did bad science in order to like justify racism, where they use science for credibility without actually doing the science. Practice obviously hundreds of years ago, where trying to prove why white people are like genetically superior to black people, or as I mentioned, what Nazis did, trying to prove that Aryan race is more is basically better. And in that case, they're not actually doing science; they're just using science to give additional credits to their claim, which I find awful and horrifying. And that's why I believe that science should be done carefully, of course. And my problem with philosophy is that when it's a nothing burger, and at the same time a lot of people give it more weight, then you can make a lot of claims without actually putting in the work to check them, and then add philosophy to it to make more people believe into it. And the problem we're having right now is that Tyden actually tried giving me his definition of philosophy, and I have 2 screenshots which were, to say the least, horrifying. Screenshot number 1, which is science can't do anything because science without experimentations and predictions is philosophy. Basically saying that science, philosophy is science without experimentations and predictions, which is pretty bad because experimentation is required in science to check if you are correct. If you don't check that you're correct, how would you know? Every claim is equally valid. And the second one, which is much worse, which is if you can convince enough people you are right using logic and arguments, you don't need experimentation or evidence. This one horrified me. I think this one is terrifying, and I really don't like it.
It's like an economist saying, "Hey, everyone owes me money."
Yeah, exactly.
I'm an economist, trust me.
Or basically, well, the example I've used precisely for this one, where basically when Nazis convince enough people that the Aryan race is genetically superior, then in this case, philosophically, they would be correct. They wouldn't need any evidence. With science, they would need evidence, and evidence doesn't say actually that Aryan race is genetically superior. I'm sorry for going to the Nazis so often in my examples, by the way, but it's a very easy like target for just for people who did bad things. I don't think it gets much easier than Nazis, to be honest. So
well, like an extreme helps us to kind of.
That's exactly it. That's extreme.
I understand the example.
Yeah, I don't need to. We don't need to go into the nuance because in this case, nuance isn't quite as important. It's as bad as it could be. It is extreme. So that's why.
So would metaphysics fall underneath philosophy then?
Well,
metaphysics.
That's my problem. In my opinion, philosophy should retire as a word. So the reason why we use words in general in our language is just to describe things. So when a word gets as vague as philosophy, it starts to describe everything and nothing at the same time. Which means at this point, the only two viable solutions, in my opinion, would be to strictly define the meaning of philosophy. However, the societal push required for it is insane. Like all the different dictionaries.
Let's say we map the connectome in the human brain, right?
Right.
And somehow AI allows us to simulate consciousness or upload consciousness. Would we, at that point in time, let's say 200 years from now, be able to make philosophy a science?
Well, that's my problem. Because I think if you have... Basically, the way you would do it is you wouldn't exactly simulate consciousness. You would have to simulate a whole bunch of people, basically. And using AI extract like the essence of philosophy. And what I believe is that it has become so general that at this point, the era of what different people consider philosophy would be so great that you wouldn't be able to come up with a single like good description of it. So it's basically like trying to extract the essence of a person named John. Like a lot of different people know someone named John, and these Johns are probably wildly different. So if you using AI extracted like the average John would be nowhere near actual people named John out there. And in the same way,
I don't think you'd have to retire the word though, because like in art, you can't definitively say what is good art. So you shouldn't retire the word art because we can't definitively prove what is good art and what is bad art.
But it should be retired in the sense that it should no longer carry the weight it carries. So when you say art, for example, you say that something is good art, then everyone knows it's subjective. If I say that something is good art, you will not assume that like I'm making a definitive statement fact for everyone. You know that it's subjective at the end of the day. You know that it's also subjective for you. However, when I say that something is medically healthy, then you don't think of it as subjective. You don't think of it as medically healthy for me. If I say medically healthy, then what you think, like what that means to you is that there's been medical research done to make sure that it is healthy. That gives it a lot of extra weight. It's the exact reason why... Yeah, exactly. It's the reason why I can have my videos taken down for medical misinformation, because that makes... But no, I can't have them taken down for like artistic misinformation, because it gives that weight. And with philosophy, it is especially dangerous, because when it comes to morality, establishing an objective morality is, well, you don't
easy.
do that in science.
I know, but I just wanted to point this out, that you can easily describe an objective morality,
just not the
whether
objective.
Or not. But yeah. But it doesn't even matter. But anyone can come up with many objective moralities easily. But to say it's the only one, or it is the definitive objective morality, is the difficult part.
Exactly.
But I can easily define something as moral as if it produces oranges.
Yeah, exactly.
And if it doesn't produce oranges, it's not moral. I just defined an objective morality.
And
but
that's exactly
it's not
the
very
problem for
helpful
me. If someone says that, their morality is to, I don't know, just grow oranges. Actually, a great one. Their morality is great to just grow oranges. They just think that the more oranges you grow, the better of a person you are. Convenient, you can measure it. It's great. Then that's fine. However, if someone says that they've done the philosophy and after they spend their years thinking about it, they think that growing oranges is objectively the right morality, then that carries extra weight. Because all of a sudden it is assume that, that this philosophy added the rigor to it, which it might have not. Because as I mentioned, depending on the person, they might think of philosophy as a different thing. To some people, philosophy.
But all of this
could
is
be...
materialist. So it's interesting because we're actually having this conversation through the lens of a Western materialist. So a lot of people would argue that materialism is what gives philosophy its lack of credibility. So if one actually were to say that science itself was actually meaningless and maybe the whole point of life is philosophy, you could make the opposite argument that you are
That's
just
maybe,
wasting your
but
time
I am not
trying
here
to figure out
argue.
the materialism world.
But the thing is, I'm not trying to argue about what philosophy was. My argument is actually more linguistic than anything else. So, if science became so broad that you no longer need evidence to support it, then I think science as a word should be retired. Because it all of a sudden carries weight whilst not actually supporting it.
Well, who retires words? So it's interesting because words are
no
kind of like the
actually.
average of what people uses. Yeah.
No one does actually, and that's why whenever anyone mentions philosophy, that's what I say. I say that's a nothing burger because the way you retire words is just by educating people. That's how you do it. If there is an offensive word, right, and you want to retire that word because it's extremely offensive, I could say a couple, but I feel like YouTube, that's where YouTube might draw the line. Then the way it goes, by the way, I mean, basically, is that you just make people aware that the word is offensive. So racial slurs, for example, you just convince a lot of people. You explain to them that the word is offensive. It should be retired. It should not be used. And
what's interesting is that I tried to point out to people is like the word like retarded or mentally unstable or something. But it's funny how like the medical community will change the word for people that have some type of cognitive deficit, right? And then everyone will make fun of that word and they'll change the word again. And then people will make fun of the new word and then we'll change the word again. Because like the word dumb, we used to thought people were just dumb, but it's kind of like you can't talk is what the proper name was. And then they said mental retardation. And then it's just kind of funny that everyone abuses those medical terms and it becomes so bad that we actually remove it from our medical terminology. So the etymology of mental deficits it's fascinating. It's sad, yeah.
But at the same time,
because we can't.
I do believe in recent times is actually changing. So, for example, there are words which have been saved from this, and it's only in recent times. Autistic being the best one. Like, I remember when autistic was an insult. You called people autistic as an insult. But right now, it's actually saved itself, and instead of being a slur, it's normalized. Now, if you call someone, if I hear someone else say, "Oh, that person is autistic," I don't think of that as an insult. I think them just stating a fact about the person that they've just been they're on the spectrum of autism. So I do believe that there is a way to stop that kind of cycle.
I think there's more sexy mental deficits than others. And autism is like, well, you get stuff done at least, so.
I think that more sexy autism is a great one. But I'm really positive about that because
I'm biased though.
I'm really positive about that because because I feel like in recent times it's becoming more and more normalized to not be healthy, or rather to not be. I avoid the word normal as much as I can because I really don't like it when people say, "Oh, you're either autistic or normal." I don't like it for the same reason. Actually, it's once again the weight of words. That's what I meant when you're giving someone some information. The way you carry that information over also matters. So when you say that someone can be either autistic or normal, you can mean well.
Or neurotypical or neurodivergent.
Exactly. That's the thing. When normal has a positive sound to it, it has positive weight. We associate normal with being good. The reason why is because normal stuff don't kill us. If something has been if we've been active with something, if we've been in touch with something, if we've been actively walking with something long enough for it to become normal, that means it's safe. And that's why normal has a positive sound to it. So when you say stuff like autistic people or normal people or trans people or normal people, that's pretty bad, because then this leaves a long-lasting like intuition that if a certain group use normal, the abnormal one has to be worse something, and that's why we really often change the words. So for example, well, not change the words, only use them in, I would say, more reasonable way. So neurodivergent and neurotypical, or trans people and cis people, and so I do believe it's going
when it comes to like torture, though, like abnormal torture could be, not like tickling someone. That might be better than
I
the
mean,
actual
yeah.
normal version of
Well, that's
normal torture.
That's exactly
which
the
really
problem with
sucks.
words, which is that they carry weight. Depending on the words you use, they carry different weight, which might not be intended.
Like in AI models, the weight. No, just tokens carry weight, or no? That's a stretch. That's not that funny. I'll mute myself now.
But yeah, that was just my rant. Basically why you should be careful with words, and basically why why I don't like philosophy, because it has the weight that it doesn't quite deserve right now. Which means that
Philosophy is my favorite. I understand where you're coming from, but
Yeah,
philosophy to me is more important than science.
I feel like philosophy is too dependent on the person. So, for example, phenomenal example. Tefta, do you think that evidence is part of philosophy?
Evidence, yes, because
You see, Titan believes
philosophy
it's
is the way of life, right? Because
yeah.
if I adopt one philosophy, I can say, hey, how do I feel about my life? And then I adopt another philosophy. How do I feel about my life? If the second philosophy is better than the first, I'm going to adopt the second philosophy.
This is exactly the problem. Right here, Titan has repeatedly said over the course of the stream that philosophy is basically like science without the experimentation, without the evidence. And so right here you can see two people really interested in philosophy who have wildly different definitions of philosophy. This is not like, a random person on the street. You are both way above average interested in philosophy, and you have wildly different concepts of what philosophy is. And that is my problem with philosophy. I think it has become way too vague. It's the only two courses, in my opinion, are either retire the word or define it very strictly. But I mean, I guess, you know what? I guess maybe I was a bit too hasty to retire. That's my personal bias. I just hate philosophy so much. I guess strictly defining it would be fine as well. But we still would need to strictly define it. I do believe it's needed if we want to keep using philosophy, because otherwise it's just dangerous. Another thing we have.
It can be, and a lot of people actually get quite depressed when you start researching philosophy, just because the places you have to go to kind of like internally experiment philosophy, like when I research philosophy, it's usually not a very fun time. Like I start to have maybe existential crises, or like I start like questioning everything, and yeah,
I suppose in that
it seems
case,
to be not so good sometimes.
I mean, in that case, I do enjoy. Exerbia is famous for it. I don't know if you're familiar with the YouTuber Exerbia.
No.
Makes philosophical videos, and they are bloody phenomenal. Like, the thing is, as I mentioned, my problem with philosophy is that it's vague. When it comes to it not being vague, when it comes to people actually acknowledging the fact that it is vague, then I'm fine with it. And Exerbia makes basically like philosophical videos, philosophy, metaphysics, so on and so forth, about like those incredibly deep topics, but he makes them in such an incredibly, to say cinematic way is not even right. It's basically cinematic, but not like classical cinematic, it's just perfect. He makes them using mostly stock footage and like extremely fitting music, which makes it sound just like a PowerPoint presentation the way I'm describing. But Exerbia is just such a talented writer. I believe that Exerbia is the best writer I have ever consumed content from in any way, and because of that, this is basically like a book adapted into a perfectly made YouTube video, and it's just phenomenal. So, for example, actually, let me open up the YouTube channel. It's great. For example, let me draw a lot about the meaning of life, or about what is existence even, about metaphysics, about misery was is a good one. So, for example, how one day we could have, how misery can be thought of as a disease, which we may one day cure, and It was just really great. How long is now? Introduction metaphysics. How will we know when AI is conscious? Good one. Big Oxygen, which is more of a story. It's not actually stock footage. This is art, and it's a phenomenal story. Don't Hex the Water is a good one. It's a lot of phenomenal ones. There is no such thing as orange, and so on and so forth. So this one is pretty great because a lot of people would describe Exebia as the existential dread tattoo. Because, you know, when it comes to it comes to topics this deep, it is pretty common, but I think Exebia's videos are actually surprisingly hopeful on the topic, in my opinion. Where it's like, it's these incredibly deep topics, but at the same time, they're all in a pretty positive light.
I think that's important because it's easy, like you said, to get existential dread.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's in my
But
opinion.
hey, if you're happy while studying philosophy, I think you're doing it wrong.
Another great quote. In my opinion, what I think we should realize is that we're all just monkeys. We're incredibly intelligent monkeys, which means if you can study philosophy, if you want to, you should. Go for it. However, if you ever get the existential dread, what's really important to realize is that the alternative life isn't even a commitment. You can study philosophy, of course, incredibly deep topics, it might get you depressed, but any second you can just decide to no longer study philosophy for today, for example, or for this week. And you can just live a simple life, you can not worry about these big topics. Like, the universe won't collapse if you'll stop worrying about incredibly in-depth questions. You can just ignore them. And what's beautiful about this is that you don't have to ignore it forever. It's not a commitment. If you're studying philosophy, if all of a sudden it gets you really down, you can just realize that you can cook yourself a really nice meal and you will enjoy it. You can realize that you can go out with your partner, you can realize you can play some video games, and you will enjoy all of these things. And that does not mean like forsaking deep thinking, or it doesn't mean like giving up on deep thinking. It just means not doing it right now because you don't want to. That's at least what always cheered me up when something like extremely existential, like when existential dread kicks in, the fact that I will be happy, I will enjoy my life because I can, that's what usually kept me up.
It's funny because I had a conversation with my brother, my older brother, about existential dread. And he said one of the things, the easiest way to get out of existential dread is to realize that how you view the universe changes how the universe interacts with you. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Oh, yeah.
But
I just like it this way, where it's big things are nice to focus on, but small things also exist, and we don't, just because you think about something big and deep does not mean you have to forsake shallow things. I think a healthy mix of both is always required, because no matter,
it's kind of like in computer science, right? But this is the problem, is like we use floating point numbers. So when we actually do math concepts, right, we actually have to figure out where our accuracy is in the numbers. So, you know, kind of like in Blender, trying to model the entire universe with atoms inside of it is impossible, just because of the way that our computers work to process the numbers. So we have to do a lot of fancy tricks. I think the same thing happens when we try to look at the macroscopic and microscopic.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to do both at the same time.
That is the interesting thing, emergence. I mean, you already know this, my list of top 5 favorite things, which is information, abstraction, space, life, and time. Number 4 is abstraction, and abstraction is precisely about that, where basically, depending on, like, abstraction gives rise to emergence, and emergence means you cannot treat different scales in the same way, even. And actually, floating point numbers is a really good analogy for this, where the problem with floating point numbers is that the preciseness of it was another word. Precise accuracy. Let's go.
Accuracy.
The accuracy of a floating point number is not universal. They have the highest amount of accuracy with numbers that are. So basically, a really big floating point number will have less accuracy than a normally sized one, like a 1. So numbers that are closer to 1 will have higher amount of precision than numbers that are really small or really big. Which I mean, that's actually a really great analogy for this.
Well, yeah, because like if I'm looking at, let's say, yeah, the molecules of something, or trying to analyze a very small system, and then I try to put that in place with its bigger system, like seeing the forest for the trees. I think it's a good analogy because it makes that quite difficult. But yeah,
And then the universe comes along, and then like different forces don't work even at certain scales. They just literally just turn off at certain scales, just to make things even more problematic for everyone.
that sounds like metaphysics right there. I think you're now you're arguing for philosophy.
I mean, as I mentioned, I really do want to make that clear. That my problem with philosophy is that it's a nothing burger. That is it. Because I am not against. It would be extremely unscientific of me to be against a way of thinking. It would be extremely unscientific of me to be against that. My problem is, however, that this isn't a way of thinking. It's whoever calls whatever what. It's whatever you want philosophy
See,
to
this is
be.
what's
That is
interesting
what it
about
is,
quantum
people.
mechanics, though, because science technically is coherence theory of truth, right? On
Yeah.
ontology, or sorry, not ontology, but I think it's epistemology, if I'm not mistaken, the study of truth. But
Yes.
don't quote me on that. Look it up, Wikipedia. But if it's true, because the four different ones, I bring this up so many times, I apologize, but coherence theory, correspondence theory, pragmatism, but if relativism, if it's interesting because of quantum mechanics, the observation principle, since we kind of collapse the wave, and if we're observing it, we actually change reality. So if that's true, then philosophy could be more important to science than we actually know, because our philosophy itself could actually manipulate and change how the universe behaves. This is
But you see,
possible, and we can't disprove
that
this
is
at
a
the moment. And
pickle
in
with it,
fact,
though.
we have anecdotal evidence through quantum mechanics that
That
it's
is the
pointing
pickle.
toward this truth,
I know that
right?
the point you're
So,
making is valid,
right?
but the problem I have
Yeah.
with it is that
You don't like it,
in
right?
your definition of philosophy, that is just science. I don't see the difference between science and philosophy when you define it this way. I just simply, to me, it seems like philosophy is just a subfield of science in that way. Because you're still trying to just effectively make a hypothesis, and then you're trying to test that hypothesis.
So you're saying that philosophy is science.
Yeah,
Well, look
that's
at
the problem,
that.
depending how you define it. When
Such a
with your
Socratic
definition,
conversation we're having right now.
with your definition of philosophy, philosophy is a science. With Titan's definition, it is actually extremely unscientific. But in that way, yeah, it is important. The thing is, I already had the conversation with Flame and Time as well, where basically, at the end of the day, fields of science are completely arbitrary. My favorite one is when physicists fight with chemists, which is hilarious because the line between chemistry and physics is blurry at best, if it even exists. So to me,
Yeah.
it doesn't really make sense to differentiate between different fields of science if you want to actually, like, it's a wrong question to ask, in my opinion. If you have science in this way,
They
then
exist in different levels of abstraction,
they
right?
actually
So one
they
is at a
don't.
different level than
That's
the
the
other.
thing. They don't even. The chemistry exists on the same level of abstraction as quantum mechanics.
Yes, that's
Which
true.
is, and that's the thing of it. The best blurry line I can give you is that when you specify an atom that you're actually dealing with, you're doing chemistry. If you don't specify what atom you're dealing with, then you're doing physics. But even that line is incorrect sometimes. It is the best one because, for example, let's say that you have a solution, right, of water.
Yes.
In that solution of water, the reason why heat is important in chemistry and temperature is because it works as a catalyst. It speeds up reaction. But why does it speed up reaction? Well, it speeds up reactions because when reactions happen, those molecules actually like collide with each other, and more temperature means more kinetic energy for them to collide with. If you say that it's water, you're basically doing inorganic chemistry, and you're basically trying to probably optimize the reaction something. If you don't say it's water, you're doing thermodynamics, which is physics, even though you're talking about the exact same thing. Now, even that is the best line I could come up with, and even that is wrong sometimes. So I think that differentiating between different fields is useful. It's useful in a society where you just want to say what you're good at. When you say that you're a physicist, everyone kind of gets it. When you say that you're a doctor of medicine, everyone kind of gets it. It's fine. But if you want to be extremely strict with definitions, then differentiating between different fields of science is pointless. And therefore, in my opinion, going with your definition of philosophy, I would just chuck that under the blanket of science. I wouldn't actually bother.
Everything is meaningless.
differentiating
I think we're back at philosophy again. Yep, everything is meaningless. Let's go about our days. No more science, no more philosophy.
I mean, that's the thing. Language is arbitrary.
We
at the end
solved
of
it.
the day. So words can mean whatever you want them to mean. Which means that going too much in depth about the meaning of words, I find that extremely circular in my opinion and hilarious.
Well,
when
it is.
you take a word and you try to like find the meaning of it without realizing that we make up the meaning. So you're just going in an extremely roundabout way. So what's the meaning of life, for example? A lot of people consider that a philosophical question, but it's not really. I mean, we made up the concept of meaning. That's not even something that existed in the universe. We just made it up. So when you ask the question of what is the meaning of life, this shouldn't be a philosophical question. It should be a linguistic question. How do you define meaning? Depending on how you define it, you will get back your answer. You'll get back the meaning of life.
And what's interesting linguistically is everyone has their own language or dialect because of the connotative meanings of the words. So whenever you're interacting with someone, it's almost as if you're speaking a different language, even if you speak the same language, because of your own personal definitions of each word.
Exactly. That's why
I was talking to a linguist the other day. It was kind of fascinating.
That's why you have to be extremely careful when discussing these kinds of things. And and another thing, when I was going through like a philosophical proof thing recently, there was a bunch of PDFs, but all of the PDFs were just words. It was just text, which to me is probably one of the worst ways you can convey logic, precisely because words can have different meanings. And the reason why math is so great is because it is just much more efficient than language at conveying logic. So when I say 1 + 1 is equal to 2, then you get, like, logically, you get that statement. But if I say 1 apple plus 1 apple equals 2 apples, then I could be referring to a whole bunch of stuff. I could be referring to amount of apples. I could be referring to the mass of apples. And then depending on the kinds of apples you pick, you will end up with a different mass. I could be referring to, what about the color of apples? If you add in the color of apples with different combinations of color, you may not end up with double the color, and so on and so on. The reflectiveness, the volume, and all of these different things, which when you use language to describe it, you have to use language to describe it, of course, because we don't have anything better. But when you do use language to describe it and not maths, you end up with all of these like questions which are just unnecessarily complicating things. That's why I like it. The math notation is just phenomenal for logic, I do believe. It is awful at times simply because it's
closest thing to objective truth. I do agree.
Really
I think Positron said it. It's the closest thing to objective truth is mathematics.
Think the reason why it's the closest thing is because the thing is, in science, we don't know the axioms of the universe. That's kind of the whole biggie of science. So what we do is we keep guessing axioms, then logically figuring out what those axioms would mean, and then testing if our models fit what the universe is actually doing. In mathematics, however, we just started with axioms, and that's it. We don't question them anymore. So that's why I think you can have the objective logic in there, which is that you no longer question the axioms, and therefore you don't have to worry about the fact that you could be wrong, because you just assume yourself, as comical as it sounds, you don't have to worry about yourself being wrong because you assume yourself to be right on the very beginning. And from there you can just logically carry it over. I just don't like...
Sounds a lot like philosophy right there.
Yeah, the thing is, I just don't like calling math objective truth either, because I feel like it's... That's the inner scientist within me. It feels sketchy.
But like we said, because we have different theories of truth, and one of them is relativism, which states that there is no objective truth, which is kind of an oxymoron. But at the same time, one possible view of the universe is that objective truth doesn't exist.
You know what I really like about relativism? What I really like about it is that it goes to show my point of how different fields of science are arbitrary. Because relativism is is relativism is am I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. That's just relativity.
Yes.
That is just relativity.
Well, just like fields of science are.
Like, yeah,
I think,
exactly.
of, like,
Are you
maximal
doing philosophy?
fields.
Are you doing physics? Well, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't matter. You're doing science at the end of the day. And in relativity, it is exactly that. What's really funny, actually, relativity starts with basic axioms of geometry. However, those basic axioms are too specific for relativity. So actually, one of them had to be taken away. I don't remember which one, but relativity basically starts by saying that math is too specific. You need it to be more general than it already is, which is, to say the least, a wild thing to say. I do believe that it was two parallel lines can never cross. I do believe that's the one, I think.
Well, that's
That
like
sounds
Euclidean
about
versus
right.
non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, I think that was the one because of space-time curvature, but I might be wrong.
Yeah. Two parallel light thingies can meet at a black hole. So yeah, that's probably that. And they both go in a straight line because they are
Yeah, they're not
photons and they can
curving.
only go in a straight line.
Yeah,
So
they're not curving. It's space-time that's
losers.
curving underneath them, basically.
Yeah.
And also, another thing with relativity is I love how the axioms, which we take for granted, sometimes disappear. Hold on, I just had a example, but I forgot what it was already. Ah, damn it.
By the way, have you guys been looking at the chat lately?
I mean, I have been from time to time, but I mean, there's time where you're just, I don't know, just taking over, I suppose. It's not the first time. Greg already says hi to you before he says it to me, so. To quote Greg, oh yay, Timon is streaming, and I guess Make It is here too.
I just didn't know where to join in the conversation because I had nothing to say, and then yes, relativity, that's physics. I know that.
That is the biggest problem when there are multiple people on stream. The biggest problem is just that it's hard to combine different fields together.
I mean, I have no problem with others being here. Like with Flame, we had a good conversation.
Timon, yeah, oh yeah, right. You are someone who loves chemistry and physics. I'm certain you would have a really hard time talking with someone who is a professional physical chemistry researcher. Well, how would you ever combine these two completely unrelated fields together?
No, I mean, it's always the topic. It's never the people. I love people. People are great. I
Yeah,
like talking
it
to
is, as I
multiple
mentioned,
people.
it's just hard to combine the fields.
Did Turtle just leave? Or
Yeah, I think so. Dev has busy. What can I say? Dev has stuff to do and people to see.
I hope I wasn't the one to scare him away.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Tefta
Okay, okay.
does the Irish exit. I don't know if you're familiar
okay.
with it. Yeah. I respect that. I respect the Irish exit, honestly. It's a sign that you're actually... it's a sign that you feel well in a group of people if you do the Irish exit. Because that means you have to feel comfortable in order to actually perform the Irish exit. I respect that.
Yeah, fair. I just remember when Fame and I just started talking, and after like 5 minutes, you were like, "I'm here too."
Didn't I go to get something to eat at that point? I just came back and just sat here silently.
Yeah, we just took over your stream for a
the thing
solid
is,
10
you were
minutes.
just talking about the hyper-specific things, which I mean, I'm all for it. It gives me a job to do, right? I'll be jobless without that. if scientists actually conveyed what they meant in a simple way, then what would I do?
Yeah, I mean,
potassium hydroxide is a base, right?
yes.
Okay, good. I just remember I'm gonna use sulfuric acid and potassium hydroxide.
Fair choice.
I just am gonna use these both because I have them both. I have both sulfuric acid and potassium hydroxide. Actually, in the video, I could just show photos of them both. The reason I had to leave is I needed to use the bathroom. Fair reason, actually. I'm also people. Gemma, may I see a source on that? Wait, oh, I always forget. Hydrogen, which means that the acids push hydrogen, right? Acids accept electrons.
Yeah, acids give off protons. They want to spew
Okay.
protons out of them.
Wait, isn't that the Lowry definition of an acid? Isn't the Lewis definition that they accept electrons?
Okay, so you want me to dig up my notes from 5 years ago?
Didn't you
I
study
can do
chemistry?
that. I did, like,
If I turn out to
long
be
ago.
right, I want that to go on record. Lowry acids. Okay, so
Okay, no.
bronzed Lowry
no.
acids happens that this is an extrusion to Lowry acids give off hydrogen ions or protons, yes, and then Lewis acids, chemical species that contains the LP orbital which is capable of accepting an electron pair. That's what was always so dumb to me about it, because like they basically what they want to do is they want to lower their charge, right? However, Lewis acids do it by getting more negative, and Lowry acids do it by getting a less positive, which is hilarious. Because if you just mention that to someone, it makes no goddamn sense. Like, how is getting more negative different from getting less? But it is.
I have no. These are triangles. I should really recap all my chemistry one summer, because I can just feel the knowledge slipping away and I don't like it. A few years ago, I would have answered this question in my sleep. Oh my god, please don't tell me it's on the top of the... Oh no. I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall, not even if I stand on a chair. I'm gonna need a fucking ladder for that. I hate being short. Oh no, wait. I can climb the shelf if I just put my swords there and
You hate
my
being
Lego
short.
car here and...
How about you get more body positive, huh? You're in a... Listen, statistically, most people here are short on the server. I would just like you to know that. At least most high-ranking people are really short. So you watch what you're gonna say about short people, okay?
I can't reach the top shelf.
Nor can I. I just climb on the shelves.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, fortunately, I am incredibly athletic, which is a side thing. People don't realize how difficult it is being this athletic, sexy, handsome, and attractive in general, funny, intelligent. It's and modest. Most of all, modest. It's honestly...
Yeah, relatable.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of boxes to fill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all those things too, and it's just way too
you get
difficult.
it. It's tough. Make it. When will there be next the final stream? Do you want me to play the finals right now, Gemma? I can. If you want me to, I will play it. It does not take me. It does not take a lot to convince me. Make it. You make me buy. What can I say? Sometimes I look over in my mirror and I'm like, damn. And so I just have that effect on people, even on myself. I make myself buy.
That's that. I dropped my phone. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I dropped my phone. So yeah, that code was hard. Like self-love, baby.
Exactly. All of you out there, you should be hot. You should consider yourself hot enough that you make yourself buy. That's that. If you reach that level of self-love, that's enough. If not, you need to love yourself more.
I mean, I'm dang hot. I know that about myself. I don't care what haters say. I'm dang hot.
Exactly. Timon makes me 3 though. That's pretty good one. Timon makes me do
Okay,
something
this
that
is
wouldn't be socially acceptable. Well, you see, now we're entering dangerous territory. Okay, let's give me a ball. Give me your balls. Sulfur. Sulfur is yellow, if I remember correctly.
This is thermochemistry. This is electrochemistry. I love how in my chemistry notes there is the exact script of your chemistry is not what you think video. Like almost the exact script. When I watched the video, I was like, wow.
It is like a line of thinking that you get on when you start learning chemistry, I suppose. I would say.
Yeah. I think that was the video that convinced me to continue watching your videos. Like one good video is not
Enough, I get it.
Yeah.
You do want to make sure that it's not a fluke. Hi there, Cronus, I do believe.
Hello.
I still need to get used to it because you have such a much different profile picture on YouTube. It just, and I can't check because I have the stream mode enabled. There we go. Now the other one will be potassium hydroxide.
Yeah, I tend to change my profile picture every so often.
That's fair. I unfortunately have to keep mine. Unfortunately, is standard. I am cursed. What's potassium hydroxide in CPK? That's well, hydroxide simple is potassium. It's purple. Deep dark purple. Potassium. There we go. Hydroxide. It's attached to the hydrogen then the oxygen because it wouldn't make sense any other way, right? Is this really what potassium hydroxide looks like? Because that looks kind of dumb.
No, it's an ion. Ion crystal.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense actually. So
Like there's
so
no
this,
covalent bond.
like this.
I can't see because I'm literally on the top of the shelf looking through my notes.
Elf on the shelf. Get ready for timing on the diamond or something. I don't know.
Diamond on the diamond. Yeah.
Diamond on diamond.
Actually, we have a diamond block in Minecraft, so I can very much do that.
Diamond on the diamond for the Minecraft block. That seems right, I think. Now, let's do 800 frames. There we go. And then you keyframe going down.
Did the chat just die?
Yes, these things happen. Tragic. I will send a fruit basket to your funeral. Acids wants to lower the charge so they are more positive. The positive ones are the acids, the negative ones. The bases make sense. Potassium hydroxide is a negative ion. I am not homophobic, as obviously bi for Timon, but I think last season of Sex had shown like too much queerness, like not a single straight character. First of all, I would say that if you have to start your sentence with, I am not homophobic, but Then
Bye, random person. Bye.
bye, Shinsuke, bye. I would say that you have to start your sentence with I'm not homophobic, but you're already in risky territory. I would be careful. I think for the other side, actually, it's also really often people don't realize how annoying it is. Like, if you think there's not a single straight character, imagine how gay people feel. For most shows, they have no one. That must be awful. And then you have the
That's a
bi
good
people who
comparison,
just,
actually.
and then bi people who don't care. They just get away with it every single time. Ah.
By
I'm
people
not-
just have every character by, and that's it.
Like the thing is,
I'm not homophobic, but what actually causes what actually causes the air to increase in temperature when compressed?
I'm not actually homophobic, but the string theory does not seem to give, seem to be empirical provable enough for it to actually work. I am not racist, but horse
Yeah,
races are underrated.
My brain just completely crapped out there.
The thing is, bi people do have it easy when they watch series. They're like any character can be just thought of as a bi character. It's just too much of a coward to admit they're a bi character. Oh no, they're straight. So is a noodle until it gets wet. Still
Hey.
one of my favorite lines. I could, I guess, just play the finals right now. I could. Nothing's stopping me. But should I? Should I play
Should
the
I
finals?
stop you? I could stop you.
No. You can try. Bye, finally. Bye, Shinsuke. It took you long enough. I joined in, we're talking about playing video games. Damn it, Quasar. Okay, Timon, you can't stop me. Quasar can. Why always?
What do you mean I have a better mic than Make It?
Is that really true? Wait, what's happened to my microphone then? Isn't... No, I am on the
No.
correct microphone. What do you mean?
Your mic is way better.
What do you mean? Timon mic is louder. Yeah, because I turned Timon on louder. I wanted to give it an appropriate pause for everyone to clip that, you know. And so, you know, just for you, you're welcome.
I dropped my phone. Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
When they compliment my voice, I honestly don't know if it's genuine or ironic.
It's not bad. Who am I kidding? Timon is speaking. I cannot leave. I am a Timon addict. Hello everyone, welcome to another Timon live stream. I'm also here. I think it's genuine. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's anything wrong. I mean, mine is pretty bad. That's why I use the 30 voice changes, but you know. Genuinely prefer your voice over mine. I feel like you all are just too critical. You, Timon included. You all are just too critical of your own voices. No one really has a good voice, except for professional narrators, but I mean, they don't exist.
And Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
and Morgan are just a separate group. Alright, cation and anion, which will be different because this will be acid and base. And what's especially fun about it is that there are two kinds of acids and bases, because the Lowry and Lewis, even though they're slightly different, even though they're not, but they are.
I don't think I can find my notes right now. I digged through a huge pile of everything, and I just can't.
Make It is the only person I know who plays the finals. It is a surprisingly like rare game, isn't it? It's surprisingly niche, considering how good it is. I challenge you to a duel.
May I
Whoever
make
wins
that
gets time.
search
And...
for a game to play?
Yeah. And
Factorio.
what? I didn't hear the
Factorio. Also known as Factorio.
Factorio. Did you say Factorio?
Yeah.
I don't have that. I wanted to buy it, but it was really pricey. It was really expensive. I don't have Factorio. If I had that, I would play it.
I dropping my phone.
Maybe for day
I
800
should-
we will do a 10-hour long Factorio playthrough or something. Or maybe for 750, we'll see. We'll see how the Patreon monies go. Oh heck, you're both patrons. Never mind. That actually, I take that back. I'm used to saying. The thing is, in my head, I still am not like a big YouTuber. In my head, I have like 500 subscribers, so I'm still used to saying Patreon money as a joke. You know, as like, oh yeah, the Patreon money. I'm just gonna buy my jet of it. And only now, when I said it, it hit me that you're both patrons. I genuinely, in my head, I keep forgetting. I have to consciously remind myself. There's actually like half the minimum wage of Patreon.
So if you get half the Polish minimum wage of Patreon,
I need
that
another
means
half of
the
YouTube, yes.
Hungarian minimum.
That means actually, I am earning the Hungarian minimum wage of Patreon, yes.
Yes, you earn the Hungarian minimum wage.
But
So
like,
if
here's
I
the thing.
took over your channel, which is, I mean, we saw that I can do that, then I could just earn minimum wage.
Yes, I mean, for me, it's a problem. I mean, for me.
Check your DMs on Discord.
Oh no. My DMs. What have I done? What is that? That's a link. You did not just do that. You didn't. No. You did not just do that, did you? You did do that, didn't you? I need an email for that. I don't know what email. Says that I need to verify email. You did not just give me. Damn it. I've never played Factorio. I have no idea how to play it. It says that. Hold on. Let me just give you a screenshot. There we go. That's what it says. I'm not used to receiving games. I prefer buying games for people.
You enter your email, then you get the key for the Factorio website.
Wait.
Where you can receive
Which?
it to get the game.
I don't know which one of my emails, so I'm gonna go with this one. Because I'm guessing that's the one.
Did you buy Factorio for them?
Yes.
Ah.
As I mentioned, I'm not. Oh, that was the email. Okay. Cool. Great. Lovely. How big is Factorio? I don't know how long the download will take. Also, I already know that when I get started playing Factorio, it's gonna suck me in. I'm gonna spend so much time on it. Ay.
Don't get into modded Factorio.
Okay, so the key is 509B.
Don't
76. No, I was reading my credit card numbers. It's fine. Hold on.
Oh wait, you say your credit card number in one stream, but like, wait, does that mean we could send money to that account? If we
It's not exactly. It's not exactly how credit cards work. You could take on more debt for me if you want. Isn't Factorio a conveyor belt simulator game? That's Satisfactory, exactly. Factorio is basically Satisfactory. Well, Satisfactory is Factorio 3D, except with less fighting, as I understand it.
It's Satisfactory.
Yeah,
I'm funny.
I mean that is the joke. Satisfactory. That is the joke with the name.
Uh,
Well, I'm still trying to figure out how to redeem it. It's not easy stuff. Click games menu option. I don't have a games menu option. What do you mean game? Oh no, there is a games.
Where are you trying to redeem it?
Oh, there we go. No, I'm just an idiot. Okay, I may not be a complete idiot. Oh, that I may be an idiot. I'm a harmonic oscillator. Give me a second. Okay, so I need to make an account.
Well, you can log in with Steam.
Yes, the only problem is I am not logged in on my thing with Steam, so I need to.
So, yeah, now.
Hold on. Hold on, I'm hacking my own account. Give me a second.
and I'll also be back in a second. I'll just rejoin from the what you call it computer VRB.
Give me a second. I'm fine. I'm capable.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Oh yeah, now you sound much better.
Wait, really?
Yes.
That's problematic because I thought because I use a headset that has a jack and goes to both my computer and my phone, and I thought I was using the mic of that, but apparently no, and I use my phone's mic for all this time instead of my yay. Okay, let's do a quick test.
Okay, so this one.
Is this better or is this better?
Pick at random. The difference is slight.
Okay. I have, for some reason, 6 inputs, which is, I need to clean some stuff up. How about this?
This one is a bit more muted.
Yeah, okay, half of them don't even take sound in. Great.
I'm in. Oh no, wait, something went wrong while attempting to sign you in. Okay, I figured out the only problem
Team
is.
Authenticator.
Yeah, hold on, I'm checking everything. I figured out the login and password to my account. The only problem is, it did not in fact work. Hold on. I mean, the login didn't work. Give me a second. You seem to have a low quality budget experience. RTX 5080, yes or no? No, now. I would buy it if I could, honestly. The RTX, because it seems like a really great performance to cost ratio. Okay, this one, there we go. Not now. Piss off, Google. I mean, I'm just joking. I love you, Google. Google, my favorite. Oh my goodness, I love Google so much. Honestly, it's top 10 corporations. Okay, so I did not get in fact an email of this, but it's fine. I can figure it out. Sign in. Oh, now I'm getting a code. Okay, now I got the code. There we go. Code is M36KIT. Right? Okay. There we go. Sign in. Your Steam account does not own Factorio, so it's not possible to log in or register. That's what I'm trying to do, Factorio. I think there might have been some...
You can generate a Steam code on the Factorio website.
I'm just gonna create an account normally. Because I can just... There's an option to make an account. I am not a robot. Totally not a robot. Trust me on this. How long are you gonna stream? I don't know. How would I know? Someone is already registered as Make It.
How dare they?
Okay. They're not gonna be registered as that, though. I swear, if someone is registered as XX Cool Gamer XX, then I will be upset. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! The given password has previously appeared in a data breach. Whoa! Okay, so it has to be actually secure, you're saying. I can't just use password 123123. Damn it. That's rough. If this password previously appeared in the security breach, then I'll be impressed. Fun fact, the most difficult password I have is for my YouTube account. That is the single most advanced password. The only previous place where I used that password was on my encrypted laptop, where the entire disk drive was encrypted. Do not ask me what I had on there, that was not important. Game download, there we go. And then code, not demo, I mean to input code. Oh, I need to verify my email address first, that makes sense. Why did you have an encrypted system? Don't ask me. It's just whatever. It's like, don't you have an encrypted? The thing is, that wasn't an encrypted system. It was an encrypted drive. That's important. So even if you just took out the drive, you wouldn't get anything unless you encrypted, unless you decrypted it yourself. I just had like stuff on there, you know, poetry and stuff.
Like, I always guess that you had have a mysterious dark past with a possible criminal background, but now it's confirmed.
I just had a. Oh, you mean my dark story shrouded in mystery trademark pending?
Exactly.
I can think. How am I this bad at this? Hold on. I can do it. It's easy. Fine. Okay, this. There we go. Verification. I'm on step 2 already, so it's I'm blazing through. This one. Input upgrade code. Okay. There we go. There we go. Step 4. Sick. Step 5. I'm downloading. I need to go to the bathroom. Give me a second. Once it's downloading, right back.
Alright, so we're the entertainment. I'm always the one entertaining. Acronymus, it's your turn now, and entertain the crowd. No, you're silent. Or
I'm currently in the process of setting up my Steam Authenticator again because I just realized I didn't set it up on my new phone yet, and my old phone broke, so it's a whole ordeal.
I will pretend that I understand your funny words, Magic Man. I just combined I just combined two memes together. I know.
I'm back. What together? What's happening? What are we doing? What's popping?
Acronymus said words that I, as in IT, I don't know IT, so I don't know those words.
My
Eh.
old phone broke, so I had to remove the Steam Authenticator and re-add the Steam Authenticator on my new one, which because my old phone broke, or I couldn't just remove it from there. It was a whole thing in my tick.
Ah, okay.
Mm. Yeah, we don't mind, but I'm gonna install into the game garbage folder because that's where I install like the games that you have to specify. Full installation, yeah, fine. Install. Please insert disk 1 and click OK. Well, I don't have that. Okay, so send me a pickle.
There's just always something with these gifted games.
No, it's fine. I can figure this out. I'm capable. Full installation. Yes, that's my only option. Factorio. There's a shortcut. Yes. Yes. Next. Install. Oh, we need the setup. Fucking. Oh my goodness. Okay, I get it now. Oh, okay. So, oh my goodness. Jeez, that's. I mean, makes sense, I guess, but. Hold on. It's fine. I just need to extract something real quick. Just a gigabyte.
Well, I derailed this.
Just make it. See if it's squared. Make it French. Hold on. I can. I'm almost finished. I'm almost like all figured out with everything. Which is that. This right here. It's already in that. What? How old is the file then?
Check DMs.
2024. Piss. Okay, 12, 2024. So it's there. Now. Now, there we go. Set up factorial. Copy as path. Paste in the path. There we go. Okay. The file setup factorial could not be located in. Oh my, that's the dumbest system possible. Just downloads. There we go. So it's supposed to look. Okay, fine. There we go. I'm sure I'm making it still stuck in the I am not a robot part. Exactly. And I'm just trying to act as if I'm already downloading. I'm still going through the captcha. I'm still trying to figure out what the bicycle is.
I'm trying to make a joke here, but I can't. I tried so hard to make a joke here. But I failed. I failed everything and everyone.
No, my brain is mush. My knees are weak, arms are heavy, mum's spaghetti. Okay, it's almost finished installing and I'm totally not still trying to solve the captcha. 20 and 20, 40.
I mean, it would make sense for you to be a robot, so...
No, my fellow humans! I am in fact not a robot. Factorial, ooh. I've never played Factorial, so I'm gonna suck at it.
By the way, there is a name I submitted to the devs in the game.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, Acronis, you just like quiet, so I'm so sorry. I swear I'm not ignoring you. It's just I can't hear you most of the time. I don't care for updates for now. Single.
Is this better?
Hold on. Single player.
Or do I need to up my volume more?
Actually, hold on. Let me up myself your volume. There. Now it should be better. Should I do tutorial? Because I don't like a tutorial. I usually play without tutorials and then I struggle.
A few years ago, you could get your name into the game by buying a specific tier of the game. And I did that.
Huh. It is the one and the only. Factorio. Skipper saved my life. I'm free voters were not so lucky. Who cares about them? Kill the tree. Occasionally pause the game and give you some hints. You continue pressing tab. Okay. You can always find the current directive in this window. There is no window there, but okay. Fine. Oh, I wonder if I could do something from the escape pod. Demolish it all. Bring it to ruination. Yo, iron gears. Sick. Just casually deforesting. Hell yeah. I like the movements. Really smooth. There's up here a tooltip here. There's no tooltip up there. Oh, never mind. Ribs make it productivity on videos. I will be rendering in the background, but to be fair, at the same time, yeah, this will certainly be a hit. If only I could smell that iron somehow. If only there was like coal. Wait. I have a gun. Oh, those aren't possible. Never mind. You can craft the menu.
Sometimes I type in chat, sometimes I speak. Makes it.
There are two of you. Yeah, exactly. Actually, no, there are two acronyms. I prefer that actually as an explanation.
Because of double the money.
Exactly. Infinite money glitch, just clown people.
I mean, it's true.
The same way there are two diamonds.
Yeah, there are two of me.
And I just put it right. Oh, I see. Right here, because it makes no sense. And then just... I would prefer coal, and I imagine... Oh, I see. I see how it is. I feel quite tired from all this mining. I wonder if it could be automated. I love the silo foreshadowing in the game.
You can also shift click items into the furnace.
That makes sense. That does make sense. Craft a burner mining drill. On it, mate. Burner mining drill. 3 iron plates, 3 angle wheels. Damn it, I've only got 2. It's almost as if I need to mine and craft them myself. 1 stone furnace. Alright.
You don't have to craft every step yourself.
Hi, Ramit. Do you remember you wishing happy birthday day? Yes, I do. I could just do that, actually. Fair point. Mining drill. I'm assuming that it's gonna mine. That's my assumption. I know, I'm smart. Like this, and then it takes coal. And this is an infinite money glitch. Okay, so pick up items by... Okay, an infinite money glitch is basically happening right now. Oh, shift, right. Yeah, if only I could somehow collect resources. The conveyor belt something would be nice. Wooden chest, why not iron? Oh, and it's gonna be popping into the chest. Clever. Waiting on these 4 items in the wooden chest. That's so much waiting though. There we go. Four minutes to a tutorial. Hell yeah. This looks fine. Machine run fuel. I see. Hover over and insert it to see which direction it will move items. You should do this IRL. What day will it be on 21st of January? It's what day is it? It's 10th, correct? 716, I think? I don't remember. And then says see which direction it will move items. I see. Consider as you know the structure with containers. Alright. That makes sense. That seems like such an inefficient way to do it, by the way, but who am I to judge?
Press left alt.
Hold on, I got a gun. Left alt? What does the devil do? Oh,
It enables the no weapon.
oh, left alt, I see. When enemies are close, you can fire them by holding spacebar. I feel like this might be subtle foreshadowing. Kill approaching creatures before they get you. Are they trying to steal my stuff? I will not let that happen. Kill them all! Or piss off! Yes, yes. Production here and prepare myself. Exactly! Build this. So you can burn it. Turn this reversed. There we go. And then what you need is coal, I imagine. Rotate the building. Okay, sweet. Then what I would imagine is you need coal. So like this. And there we go. Generate electricity, but first I will need some basic resources. Exactly. What day is the next stream gonna be? This streamer looks cool. Hi there, Happy. I'm glad when new people join in. Build structures. Burn a mining drill and stone furnace. That's a lot of them. But fine, burn a mining drill. 6? Six of them. I spent a lot of time mining this, so I should really use my first burner mining drill to mine it for me. I get it, okay. Burner mining drill. Oh, I like it, I can just press on the street. Oh, that's nice, actually. Okay, give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Actually, no. Chest. What happened to my other chest? Burn the mining drills, which, if I remember correctly, the mining drill takes iron plates, iron gills, and stone furnaces. So it takes stone, which we do have now. Okay. This is gonna be one of those games where it takes me ages to figure everything out, isn't it? It's fine, it's fine. I just need rock and stone. Fine stone fences. There we go. Perfect. And now the other ones. Digital crack. Damn it, my productivity is gonna get...
At least you have your viewers to keep you somewhat focused.
I'm going with something again. Satisfactory. Actually, hold on. How do you craft conveyor belts? I'm assuming iron plates. That makes sense. All right.
You can right click to craft 5 at once.
You can craft... Wait, what did I feel like I misunderstood you.
You can right click when crafting something to craft 5 at once.
Oh, I see. You see, when you said that I had... You can craft a pie bomb, and that's kind of... threw me off. So yeah.
Well, with mods you can craft 5 at once.
I mean, imagine. Well, let me refuel my coal first, because I need coal to make more coal. In order to get more coal, in order to start doing coal. Plates, okay. Let's do...
Maybe you could automate the coal refueling?
I could, you are correct. Yes, I could. If I remove this, hold on. Wait. This one. Give me. Okay, cool. Give me this. Give me this. Give me. Then we no longer need this either. We can just do conveyor belt right here, which will then go around because it's a genius system. Which will go this way, right? Like so. No, wait, that's dumb. Give me. It will go forward actually, and then it will turn like this, and then it's going to one. There we go. Okay, there we go, and then it's going to refuel them, and at the same time, any excess is going to go right here into the wooden chest.
You said into the, and and Into the Unknown started playing in my head.
Can I just a game and there's an actual chance maybe we'll eventually play it? If I have it, yes. If I don't, then chances are slim, but it's still possible. Wait, that's not actually refueling. Oh, that needs coal itself. That makes sense. Okay. I'm sorry, is there a flaw with my design? It's not actually refueling.
It only refuels if there are less than 5 fuel items in it.
So wait, do I need another thing? I need to like...
No, this works.
This works.
Take the coal out of one of the burner mining fields and you'll see it working.
I'll be honest, I'm sorry, Acronyms, I have you on full, like full, you can see it on stream. There's... I have you on full volume. I figured it out, okay. I think at least. No, I didn't. Never mind. It just took it just took the call for itself. Happy, why do you want me to play Control so badly? Let's have it like this, this, discs, why not this way, metal, why not, and stone.
Is this better?
This is better, yes. Oh, I see. That makes sense, okay.
Yeah, it only filters up to 5 items.
Okay, then that up to 5, that makes sense then. Wait, can't I just do both at the same time? So I need to move them like this. Ah, I get it, okay, so like this. Like this. Like this. Like... like this. I crafted 12, by what? But why not, honestly? That's dumb, but I'm gonna stick with it, because I've already done it, so... I don't care that it's dumb. It is mine. There we go, now we're cooking with gasoline. Hell yeah. Kind of, it's not really automated. It's close enough. What happens if the game happens to be for free? Well, then that's a maybe. What do you have in mind? Warframe, not Warframe, no. You're trying to take, like, all my time away, honestly, Acronymus. All of it. Put this
I could have done you worse. Namely, Dwarf Fortress.
Yes, give me this, give me this, give me this. No, give me this, yes. Give me this, give me this, give me this. Put this right here, then take this right here, then rotate this one, then take this, put it right here, then coal, all the coal I need. There we go. Why is it working without any coal? Oh, it actually has some fuel still. Okay, have more.
Burner, I think, gets an initial amount of fuel because of very specific situations with you don't need to bother with.
I see. So I should just accept the gift and don't know the gift horse in the mouth. There we are.
Yeah.
Now we are just cooking. Oh yeah, these don't have the power, that makes sense. Wait, why am I using two systems for this actually? That is dumb, isn't it? There we go. Now this one isn't... There we go, have some coal. And then what we need is we need this conveyor belt to go also piss. Sound chip. I have not heard of it, I'll be honest. Wait, copper plate? Whoa, copper plate. Copper plate. That guy's copper ore. That's not iron ore. Oh. Oh. I see.
Make it random question. Will you have a stream where you're waiting for the 5?
What do you mean waiting for the 5?
Like with 100,000 Ks, I often saw streamers just loading a live YouTube subscriber counter and just sit there on stream and wait for
like
the...
waiting for their milestone, you mean? Like a milestone
Yes.
wait. Maybe, I don't know, I've never done it before. We could, I suppose. I'll be honest, I'm getting really hungry. I might need to go. It's been 5 hours! No wonder. Started by eating breakfast. You know what? I feel like we might have to do... might have to do another time. Because Factorio, it's gonna eat... I wanted to make so many videos. I know it's already gonna eat up all my time.
You're only allowed to play while rendering.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I haven't been rendering for the past like 20 minutes because these renders take like 5 minutes to finish and I have to set it up. I mean, it could be a really good game actually to play in the background. I'm gonna pick it up. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna probably do it next stream. For now, I do have to go because I'm hungry, starving. And I guess that's it. How do I never remember how I finish these streams. Like, Happy New Year's something. For now,
Just don't
that'll
cut
be
me
it.
off this
Thank you very much
time.
for watching and have a great day. Bye.